Hello. Good evening. Can anyone hear me? Hello, says Shristi. Hello, Shristi. How are you? Jen's there in the chat. Hello there, Jen. Can you guys hear me okay? Are we I feel like saying, am I 5x5? Are we 5x5? Let me know if you can hear me. Oh, Elise says, yes, we can hear me. You can hear me. Well, that's brilliant. G'day, Pat. Hello, Alex Taberry. How are you, mate? G'day, Steve. How are you, buddy? Thanks for joining. A couple of you here. Hey, bit of a cheeky night show. Hang on, let me just, I'm just still setting up a few things here. Hopefully, 5x5 says Biggie. Oh, g'day, Jack. How are you, mate? Where are you, mate? It's not windy enough. Geez. How are you, buddy? Hey, good to see you. So can you hear me and can you hear music in the background? Because this is going to be just a complete test, by the way. We're just fluffing around here tonight. I am here as well. Hello. Actually, I should probably just go. Hello, I am here. You can see me. I'm a random sitting in a park at the moment, doing some Astro. Oh, and you can see the moon. Yeah, you could see the moon a minute ago, but let me just see if I can add another standby. Yeah, that might work. That's cool. I've got a evening Kurt. That's awesome. So yeah, cool music, Steve. So you can hear the music. You can hear me. Can you hear the crickets in the background? Not me, or a dog barking. There is a dog barking. Hello, Peter Herbert. How are you, mate? G'day, Trev. How are you, buddy? Cooper. Hello, mate. Where's Imogen? She here? Yes. So we're just out here mucking around tonight. I've got a couple of telescopes set up, and obviously a little bit of a control center here in front of me. And this is purely just for the live stream, like all this sort of stuff, just like a little control center here. This is purely just for me to be able to see what I'm showing you, and then also I can read the chat as well. Elise is saying yes, you can hear both the audio and the and when we get to a boring music track like this one, I can just skip it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so we're just out here today, mucking around pretty much. Imogen's down in Melbourne for work. Okay, fair enough. So you can hear the background noise, you can hear the music, and you can hear me. So I think those are the three things that I've got coming through the through the show at the moment, plus a bit of plus a bit of that. Now I've got to get my bearings because I'm kind of not really sure what I'm doing in terms of moving my equipment around. But I'm gonna have a bit of a crack at working out what I'm looking at. So there's a couple of things that I'm doing here tonight, and I've got two telescopes going. I've got a larger one, which is the one. Now I'm gonna have fun trying to work out what I'm showing you here. Okay, so with the big one there, which is the one on your right-hand side, which is sort of pointing past my head. That's pointing on the moon at the moment. Probably got about half an hour left of that, and then that's gone. And it is moving out of frame, so I'm going to try and move it back into frame. I've also got another little scope, which we're going to go and have a look at some nebulas for a couple of hours. Now I'm going to be out here for a couple of hours. So if you guys are down, I know Jack, you're down because you're a night owl. And your first call doesn't start until 9 a.m. And mine's not until after lunch. So we're going to be out here having a bit of fun under the stars. And he's absolutely cleared up spectacularly. Sydney was a whiteout earlier today with with cloud. So there was it was horrible, but it's come good, and it looks like we're going to have a really nice evening of plane spotting here. Now, just give me 1 second. I'm just fiddling here. Now, this show, mind you, is going to be completely different to anything that you have ever come across on live stream before. It's like going to be completely different to Sid Squad, is what I'm going to say. Have we lost the camera? I think we have. So let me just throw it back to the moon for a sec. Oh, we're back. Yeah, it's going to be completely different to anything that you've. It's not Sid Squad related, right? So that might be better. So for those of you who are here watching from Sid Squad, this is a complete departure from that. So apologies if you were expecting something a little bit more upbeat and awesome. It's still going to be awesome, but what's going on here? 1 sec. And you know what the other thing we're going to miss is we're going to miss the air traffic control. So, right. So let's have a look. Biggie Spell. Can hear the music. I think the crickets are hearing outside my house. Righto. So where are you and what park are you at, Steve? I'm in the northern part of Sydney. So I'm outside of the Sydney basin. But I'm not going to tell you exactly where I am. But I'm in a quiet area. Undisclosed location, says B-Rad. Pat D's here. G'day, Pat. How are you, mate? Can see everything. And good to see you, mate. Thank you for tuning into the show. Jack, after lunch, how do I get your job? Yes, that's right. Down for a couple of hours. Alex Taveri, good on you, mate. Is there any planes flying around? Well, no. It's now 11:18 p.m. So there's not much doing on the aircraft front. So no more planes flying in. And did I just say something about plane spotting? I might have. Okay, I've got to get my bearings. So just bear with me for a sec, and I'm going to try and move that moon back into the frame. And now the way that I'm operating these telescopes is via an app. So both of the telescope rigs have mini computers. Little Raspberry Pis on them, and there's an application that I've got on my tablet, and I'm basically honing in on that application, and then I'm feeding that through to the live stream so that you guys can see exactly what's going on. Now, let's have a look to see which way it moves. Oh, that moves it up. Let's bring it down. Oh, now we've gone too far. I think there might be some lag in the Wi-Fi there, so it's not really updating as quick as I would like. So I don't know why that's the case, but... And does that go left or right? Oh, perfect. Oh, that's pretty cool. So now you get a really cool shot of the moon. That's gnarly. I like that. So that's what it looks like out here at the moment. That's pretty cool. So we'll keep focused on the moon just for now because the moon, we're going to lose the moon in about 20 minutes. So I don't really know how clear that is. Now keep in mind I'm out in the middle of a park. It's quite remote, and the internet is likely not going to be the best out here. But I hope you're getting some sort of vision through, and it's all okay. Elise is saying she's excited to see some stars. Oh, awesome! We will see some stars. So what we're looking at here on this big scope here is connected to a camera that's feeding the view live straight down the telescope. It's about 580 millimeters. It's not a huge size. and I'm looking straight at the moon. This other smaller scope right now is focused on some nebula, the Karina, ETA Karina Nebula, which is one of the brightest nebulas in the southern hemisphere that we can see. And what we'll do is we'll flip between the two cameras and have a look at those as we go. But I thought we'd just look at the man on the moon for a little bit longer. But all those craters, says Jen. Hello, Jen. How are you, Jen? Lovely to see you here. Hopefully you're doing well. So how long have we got you for, Jack? Are you going to go to bed soon, or what? What's the story here? How long have we really got you for, mate? that is the question. It is very peaceful out here. It's starting to get a bit cold, so I will put on the Sid Squad hoodie. No, no Sid Squad, Kurt. No Sid Squad. Hello, Shristi. How are you? Thank you for tuning in. Oh, now, B-Rad or Elise, one of the mods can put in there that I'm going to run some astrophotography on a different channel, like on a different YouTube channel. Tonight's purely just a test. I'm just mucking around to see if I can get the equipment to work, get all the audio to work, get the two telescopes talking to the application and the live show so that I can actually put together a show, which at the moment seems to be working okay. But I do have a YouTube channel set up just for these astrophotography live streams, so that they're not just on my personal one. And I don't know how often we'll do them, but we will do them from time to time, I guess. And I think hopefully the moderators they've got a link to the new page so that you guys can go and subscribe to it straight up, so that you've got it in your in your YouTube favorites straight away. Oh, here we go. Elise has put it in there somewhere. I wonder if I can actually put that up on the Oh, there it is. Oh, look. Look at this. There we go. Unfortunately, it's cut it off. Oh well, it's in the chat. If you want to go and subscribe to my true new astrophotography channel, go there and go and check it out, and sign yourself up for some more astrophotography coming up. Now, I'm just going to go and see if we can move the moon back into the. Can anyone remember what? Oh no, wrong way. It'll come down a bit, just so that we can see those craters in the night sky. This is pretty cool. Let me know who's tuning into the live show. I want to see who else is here. Shawnee's here. G'day, Shawnee. How are you, mate? There's probably only 10 people here, but that's okay. I like that. Nice and intimate, almost like a Sid Squad members only live show. Nice and intimate, which is pretty cool. But it's going to be really chill, really slow and chill. I've come equipped with some flavored beverages and some snacks as well. I did bring the tiny teddies to keep me going, and but I'm curious to have a look around the night sky tonight, and if you're a bit savvy and you've got some targets in mind that you think might work in terms of checking out, let me know, and we can definitely do that together, which would be a lot of fun. B-Rad says pin it in the chat. I don't even know if I can do that. Just give me a sec. Maybe I can. Won't be a minute. I'll have a fiddle here. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so just learning all the woes and the goes. There you go. Shawnee, is this a suburban backyard, or did you go somewhere where there's no light pollution? Yeah, I did. I I've gone to somewhere in just to the north of the city. So there you go. Oh, Shawnee said, notice the stream last minute before bed. 6 a.m. wake up call tomorrow. Well, you're going to struggle because it's 11:18 p.m. now. So sorry, mate. Oh, geez, that's hilarious. You'll be right. Steve wants to know where the flag is. Yeah, I don't know. It's there somewhere, mate. But how good's the moon? It's one of those objects that, as astrophotographers, we try and avoid going out on nights where the moon's out, because the moon is the brightest object in the night sky, and it outputs a lot of light pollution. So when you're taking night photography, when you're doing night photos, you want the least amount of light pollution possible. And so when the moon goes down, it's actually kind of good. We're going to get a little bit of both. We'll get to start off with the moon, and then we'll go to some nebula, because once the moon's gone down, the night sky will get even brighter, which is cool. And Trev, I think Trev's there. I'll see if I can bring up. I don't know why that doesn't work. Ooh, bit of wind coming across now. That's no good. I don't know if it's going to work here, but I had the chats working a second ago, but now they're not working. So that's a little bit funny, isn't it? Let's see if we can refresh the page and maybe. Shawnee wants to know if we'll chase the auroras in the future. Maybe, Shawnee, maybe. They're well, a little bit harder than chasing the night sky. You can see the tree's coming in now. It's getting that low. I wish we could have started earlier, but it was a whiteout. It was fully cloudy before, and it sort of really only came good around 10:30, 11 o'clock. And I was still setting a few things up. I've worked out that it takes me longer to set everything up. But it's the first time, like, sort of being out here in this environment, just having a look around. So I don't know. Oh, it's kind of cool, isn't it? That tree's getting involved. Good on you, Trev. Thanks, mate. Steve, where's the International Space Station? I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not too sure. I think B-Rad said that there might be a pass of the... wow, that moon is disappearing look really quickly. The trees are getting right involved now. It's game over for that, which is really cool. We're going to have to send this one... we're going to have to send this mount somewhere else now. We might have to find another spot to take in, which could be fun. So let's do that. But I hope everyone had a lovely weekend. It's Sunday night. It's pretty chill. It's pretty relaxed. Right, I'm just going to do a test shot of the small rig here now. I think that's what we're on, yeah. So the big telescope is now pointing to the tree. So we have to move that one to a new location. I will very soon. Right now, I'm taking a test shot with the small rig. Now this is probably at about 300 millimeters. So if anyone's got a camera at home and knows what their zoom length is on a camera, 300 millimeters is, you know, is a fairly, they call it a zoom lens or a telephoto lens. It's probably mid-range in length for like an accessible. Oh, hello. It's mid-range in length for an accessible like lens. I would suggest. So it's a wide field telescope or a wide field view, a little bit wider than that of the moon, which reminds me, I need to zoom that moon shot out a little bit now that we've lost our moon. And what you're looking at the moment is ETA Karina, which is an amazing nebula. I just want to check to see how well in focus we are as well at the moment. Star size 2.13 up in the top corner here, which is amazing. So it's called the Keyhole Nebula. And at the moment, it's pointing right up into the up in the sky. So here, this telescope is actually pretty much pointing directly south. So I'm looking in a southerly direction. Behind me is a northerly direction, so I'm facing sort of directly south, looking up into the sky. Shrubsy's here. G'day, Shrubsy. Jack saying that the moon was making an expeditious exit. It's still there, going through the trees, very slowly. Going slowly down. Andrew Morrison. Hello, Andrew. How are you, mate? Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome to tune in the future for sure. Yeah, purely just a test at the moment, just to basically see if all the equipment is working, and I think so far everything's working. All my views are working. The telescopes appear to be working okay at the moment, which is good. Oh, Heather Easton is here. Hello there, Heather. Hello, Kurt and Jenny. I just thought, I know the channel name, and there you are. Hello, Heather. Are you still here? Lovely to see you there. And thank you so much. Yeah, I'm aware that the graphics have disappeared a little bit. So on the. I did have some graphics up, and I don't know why they're not working anymore. So I will I'll see if I can fix them. And that's the reason why I want to do this test. And as I mentioned, when I recommended people to come and tune in to this channel for Astro stuff, I wanted to do this on my channel, my personal channel first, as a test, just first before we created a new channel and sent people over. And I will go through and explain a little bit more about what we're doing and what I'm looking at and that. But I'm still just trying to get some of my head around the tech, I suppose. First of all, I'll get on you, Heather. Andy's here as well. Workshop and DIY. The moon is out the door. Yeah, it is pretty much out the door. You can see it just going through the trees. So definitely disappearing. But I'm not out the door. I'm still here, as you can see. I'm sitting down in my camping chair, and I'm relaxed. So from far right of screen, we've got a big telescope. It's about 580 mils. Look, it's almost horizontal to the ground, looking at that moon setting behind the tree. Small telescope looking at the ETA Karina Nebula up there in the south. And then I've got my phone on. I can see the chat here. I've got the live show running in front of me. There's a lamp here. I can see the show here, and I've got the audio as well. So there's a few things happening, sort of like in my command center here. But it'll work for now. And what I'm wearing on my head is a lamp, a red lamp, so that I've got some light when I'm looking around. And yeah, which is really, really cool. Yeah, good to see you there, Heather. Hopefully doing well. Where are you, Shrubsy, now? Are you driving, or are you just listening to my dulcet tones, or are you stopping somewhere? I didn't quite catch the start of the chat when we caught up earlier. Shawnee said he had a decent weekend relaxing, getting some work done. But I reckon Shawnee's going to be out the door soon because he's probably got to go to bed with a 6 a.m. wake up in 6 hours' time. Oh, you've also signed up for another Little Wings event in Mudgee later this month. Ah, that's awesome, mate. I'm really glad to hear that. That's cool. That's awesome. Wow, there's 30 people watching the live show. Who else is here? Sonic Goose, do you have any filters on either of those scopes? That's a good question. Yes. On okay, so on the small scope here, I'm running a dual narrowband filter. So I will end up explaining sort of what the rigs are doing, you know, sort of how they're set up, what cameras are attached to them, and what filters are on it. But just to answer your question there, Sonic, I've got a dual narrowband filter. Wow, there's some wind comes across the field now, and it is capturing. So it's helping with the light pollution. So I'm where I am at the moment is probably a Bortle 4. Now, if anyone wants to go and have a look at the Google light pollution map, you can go and have a look at sort of like I'm on the outer edge of the. I wonder if I can actually share this. I can probably share this with you. So let's go and do this together. Let's put you down there. Let's go and have a look at the internet together. I wonder if I can actually just open up a new tab. I might be able to just type in... yeah, do that. Yeah, so the the filter that I'm running is this filter here, which is it's an L Extreme filter, and so it's allowing certain elements of light through hydrogen alpha and oxygen 3 nebula emission lines. So okay, so what I've got is the camera that I'm using to capture the images is an astrophotography camera, and it's built for allowing photos to be taken at long exposure, and it captures RGB color, which is red, green, and blue. And if you put a filter in front of it, you can sort of make it hone in on specific colors of light more than others. Now, when you're focusing on nebula in the night sky, they emit certain colors, and you want to be able to focus on those emissions and bring them into the camera sensor. And so by putting a filter in front of the camera, allows the sensor to focus on those bits of light better than just taking in the full broad spectrum of light. So what you're seeing here, the reds are the hydrogen alpha. Lots of hydrogen alpha in this particular nebula at the moment, in that of the ETA Karina. So yes, Sonic Goose, hope that answers your question. G'day, Robbo. Hello, Robbo. How are you, mate? And yeah, Jack. What I want to show you. This is what the astrophotography camera is looking at the moment. And this is just a 30-second exposure on that part of the night sky. Now, if I take the camera that was that is still looking at the moon through the trees, if I take that camera and point it to the night sky. Now, this camera is not an astrophotography camera. This is just a standard video camera that's connected to the back of the telescope lens, which is allowing me to see what the moon looks like in the real, like it would to your own eyes if you're out here looking through the trees like I am at the moment. But if I was to take this telescope and send it up to the same spot that my small telescope is focused on, you're not going to see the amount of detail and color that you can see. Now, the reason being is because when you look at the sky and you're looking with your own eyes, you don't see any. Sometimes you see the Milky Way, right? And that's amazing. You see all the stars in the galaxies, which is fantastic, and I love it. And I can't wait to be out here and show you what that looks like one day. But looking in the night sky with your own eyes, you can't actually see all of the amazing nebula and emissions and gases that are actually up there in the night sky. And the way that we get to see them is to take long exposure photos of the night sky. So the simple sort of philosophy behind that is you have your camera and you want to take a photo for a long time. You want to open up the garage door so the sensor is looking at the night sky for a long time. And the purpose of doing that is to allow light to come on to the sensor. So you want light to come onto the sensor and paint the sensor with what it can see. Now, because it's dark outside, that takes a long time for the light to come and paint the sensor. You need these photons to come on. And so what we do is we take a long exposure photo. Now, you can take photos anywhere up to 3, 5, 10, 20 minutes long if you want to. And now you might be thinking, well, how do you take a photo for 10 minutes long without it being blurry? And that's a very good question. Maybe you're not asking. I'm going to tell you what the answer is anyway. Well, that's why we have these telescopes on what we call German equatorial mounts. So the mounts are quite heavy duty, so they don't move. And then as in the tripod stands, they're steel tripods. And then you've got the actual mount, which is their German equatorial mounts. Now, the purpose of those mounts is to track the stars, which we see the stars moving, but it's in fact the Earth's rotation against the stars. But the purpose of the German equatorial mount is to point to the night sky where you want it to go, and to glue itself onto that portion of the night sky, so that when you take a photo, a long exposure photo, the mount will move and track the stars as the stars move, or as we see them move, as they appear to move to us from Earth. And then you can take a long exposure photo and it won't be blurred. And then if you've taken a 10-minute shot, you've allowed all that light to come onto the camera sensor over a 10-minute period. And it's amazing what you can see over a 10-minute period. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to show you. I'm going to create one more of these little images. Is anyone bored and gone to bed yet? I don't mind if you do, by the way. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a 5-minute. Let's do a 3-minute exposure. So a 3-minute exposure would require me seeing the seeing what I'm doing here. Just let me move my my camera over a bit. So there we go. So I'll be able to select that one there. Now, one thing that I haven't explained, and one thing that we're not doing at the moment, is I need to explain. I've just explained that the mount's purpose is to follow the night sky. So pick an area in the sky and follow it. Now, the mount itself, they're not perfect. The mounts will do a good job to track the night sky, but they're not perfect. You could probably get away with about 1 minute, a 1-minute exposure tracking the night sky with just the mounts alone. So you turn them on and you align them to their south celestial pole and you calibrate them, and then they're ready to go. But if you put a camera on top and you just press go for 1 minute and take a photo, that's probably about the limit that you're going to get before you start to see some blurriness in your images. Now, so then you say, well, you just said you could do a 10-minute photo. Now, you can. Now, on top of the telescope, we have another little telescope, and we call it a guide scope. And it has another little camera. And the purpose of the guide scope is the sole purpose of the guide scope is to basically track the night sky, and it sees stars. And I'm going to show that to you now. So let's go in. We're going to go into another telescope here, and this is called the guide scope. Now I've just turned it on, and its purpose is to look at the night sky, and then it will see. You can see the green circles. So what it's doing is it's grabbing the stars. It's putting green circles around the night stars. And its sole purpose is to just glue this telescope onto that part of the night sky at all times, and to maintain it really smooth. So it actually then sends information to the mount through the computer to give it more accurate data, to allow the actual telescope mount to track even more accurately. So it's a good aid, and that then allows us to do a 10-minute photo. I've got a moth flying around my head in case you're seeing my arms waving around. So now the guide scope is on, and it's tracking. Now this mount is pretty well secured, good to go. So I can push past doing a sort of a 1-minute image, and I can do a 3-minute image. So on the right-hand side where my mouse is pointing right now, I'm just setting it up to do an exposure which goes for 3 minutes. Now I'm just going to do one exposure. So we're going to press start. And there's a little counter there, and that'll count down on the right-hand side, middle of your screen, if you're looking. It's going to count down the time left until it creates a new image, and then the new image will appear here, and we can have a look and see what it captured, and see it should be even better quality than what you're looking at on the screen right now, which would be fun. Heather's saying she's watching on the TV. Oh, this is fantastic. I want to know what it's like on a TV. I can't imagine the quality's like perfect, just because I'm aware that I'm out sort of bush a little bit, and that the internet mightn't be the best. So if it drops in and drops out every now and then, apologies, but you'll forgive me and understand, I hope. But Pat D said he's loving this. Yeah, and look, there's no there's no format with any of this as well. Like there's probably a billion questions, and I probably haven't really started at the beginning or whatnot. But I suppose I just wanted to get stuck into it a little bit tonight, have a look at a few things, answer a few questions, double check that the gear works okay. Tell you all that at the top of the chat there, if you are looking at the live show, I've got a new YouTube channel, and that's where I'm going to do my future astronomy shows in the future. But there's no format. I don't really have a format, and I don't really want there to be a format because for me, astrophotography and coming out and sitting under the stars is like my zen or like my getaway. And I don't get to do it often enough. It's something that it's a hobby that I share with my brother, and in fact, it's probably the best time that I get to share with my brother because he's got a busy life with family. I've got a busy life with family, and it's hard to always get together. So we're often texting each other and looking at the weather and the clouds and trying to work out, like is it a good time to go out? Maybe we'll do some astrophotography this week or something like that. And it just depends, your availability and things like that. So for me, coming out here under the stars is like it's special to me, and like my family, my brother. We come out and we hang out. Sometimes we have a couple of drinks and just chill out, relax, listen to music, and we put our telescopes up under the stars and just go out and capture photons, as we like to call it, which is it's a lot of fun. So you can see the moon's really getting low there. Hasn't quite set yet. I think it's supposed to set at about 20 past midnight. What's the local time now? It's just gone past midnight now, hasn't it? And I don't know why my overlays aren't working. I'm not too sure why they're not working, which is a real shame. See if I can. Oh, I think we just went upside down there. Sorry about that. That overlay's working, isn't it? Yeah, that one's working. I don't know why that one's not. Let me have a look at the chat. Alex is saying he loves how the moon looks. Stephen Amers, wow, what a fantastic view of the universe. Can you see all the other moons? I don't know what other moons are out there at the moment. Heather Easton, 5x5. Trev saying 4K TV looks awesome. Oh, good on you, Trev. Good to see you here, mate. Sonic Goose, the mount essentially counters the rotation of the Earth, I believe. Yeah. So the Earth is rotating against the Milky Way. So we rotate. The stars appear to be moving from our static position on Earth, and the German equatorial mounts will basically track the night sky relative to our Earth movement. Andy's workshop. It's the same as why we can see engine glow on a Sid's Court show, but not with the naked eye. Yeah, maybe there's it's a certain band of color that the cameras can pick up that our eyes can't pick up, and that's perhaps why we're getting that engine glow. Is everyone still here? I think we've got 30 people still tuned into the live show. This is ridiculous. We were guessing at the start. I was talking with B-Rad and Elise before the show, and just trying to work out how many people might actually pop up. It's Sunday night. It's late. Kids are in bed. People are getting ready for work. There is zero expectation on anyone to be here, and that's fine. So I wasn't expecting anyone to be here. But the fact that you guys are here is pretty cool. It's awesome. You're getting a sneak preview of more to come in the future, I guess, which is really, really cool. Hey, that image, by the way, has dropped in. Let's go and have a look. This is, oh, goodness me. Wow, that is so cool. That is amazing. It's been a long time since I've seen that. That's fantastic. How's that look on your 4K TV? That's so cool. Wow, that is awesome. I'm really chuffed with that. That's great. And so there you go. So what we're actually doing here is we've just taken a 5-minute photo. Now, I mean, I'm not going to explain all the statistics, but there are some statistics here that suggest sort of like they give me the brightest part of the picture and the darkest part of the picture, and they sort of indicate, the stars are obviously the brightest part, or the core here is, all this light, reflecting light here is so bright. And so that gives me an indication of whether I have overhead or flexibility to stretch the length of time exposing this image any further, or if, say, 5 minutes is a suitable amount of time and not too long. I'm just going to chuck my hoodie on because it's getting a bit fresh now that I'm sitting down and I'm being a bit calm after having run around setting everything up. So I think 5 minutes is actually quite a good amount of time, in fact. And there's not going to be too much more data. There's not going to be too much more nebulosity around sort of like the edges of the image that we're really going to feature or that we're going to see. Yeah, but that is absolutely, that's awesome. I didn't think it was going to come out that well. It's been a couple of weeks since I've done some couple of months I should say, since I've done some astrophotography. So I'm really impressed that that's come out as nice as it has, which is fantastic. So the base, and this is really basic. Just as we see that moon just disappear even further behind the trees, it's almost now 8:15, right? 8 past. So yeah, it's almost on the horizon. I would like to come out on another night where we get to see more of the moon and at an earlier time as well, just to. And we are in the next sort of week or so. I think there's a bit of rain coming up, and then the night sky's not looking too good over the next sort of week. But if I can get out another show sort of in the next couple of weeks, we're going to get to a point where the moon's going to be full, and hopefully there's a good opportunity to view more of the moon, which will be a lot of fun. Because it is cool, the moon. If you get a chance to really look at all of it in its entirety. So now, as I was going to say, the purpose with taking these images is what you'll see if we go in and just have a look at this image a little bit deeper. You can see that there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of grainy fuzz, I suppose. We call it noise. And you can really clean up an image by taking lots of images. And then what we do, so that the whole high-level overview of Astro is to take lots and lots of these images and then basically stack them together through editing software. And then the editing software basically pulls out the best bits of the image and then sort of smooths out and flushes out all of the bad bits per se. So so you might set up your session at nighttime, and you might say, right, well, I'm going to take photos of this particular nebula over the course of a night, maybe 3 or 4 hours, and I want to take 5-minute images. So I'm going to do 5-minute exposures on the camera, and I'm going to do 100 of them or 50 of them, and then you press go, and then the camera goes and the telescope goes and does it, and then say at the end of the night you get, I don't know, 50 images or whatever. Then you bring them and you put them through editing software, and you stack the images down, and you end up with one file at the very end, just one file. And what ends up happening is all of this area around the nebulosity that's out there in the dark matter, the dark fuzz, not the stars stay, but all of the background stuff, the background fuzz, it gets really smooth, and you can see here the gradients. These end up getting smoothed out. But the more images that you capture is basically more data. It's more photons. So it's more data that the software can work with to actually create a really nice, smooth-looking image. And then you have the ability through editing software to manipulate the colors of the data that you're looking at. So you might want to make the reds a little bit more saturated, or you might want to make the reds a little bit sort of more smooth. And you can do that depending on your taste. Now, for example, let me just go back. So this here is the Karina Nebula, the ETA Karina Nebula, and there's it's called the Keyhole Nebula, and inside there a little bit closer is kind of like a little keyhole. I don't make these names up, by the way. They're published, of course. But I've taken an image. I've taken this nebula before. I've taken an image of this nebula before, and I've got an edited version of it. And that's what an edited version of that image could look like. Let's get rid of the oh geez, I've just clicked on the advertising. Temu. No, we don't need Temu. And I mean, that is just, for me, outstanding. I'm just amazed by what's possible here. And I wonder if I can actually zoom in just a little bit. Yeah, wow. Trevor's off. Oh, see you later, Trev. Have a good night, mate. Hopefully we catch you soon. Maybe even on a Sid Squad show. Who else is here in the chat? I got Jenny and Elise is there. Good on you, Jenny. Henry's here. Hello, Henry. How are you, mate? Oh, James, look out. Hey, mate, how'd your show go tonight? Evening night hours. Hello, James. Sorry, I know that was probably a couple of minutes ago, but we're just geeking out at the night sky tonight and having a bit of a lazy hangout. A little bit different to that of plane spotting. Do you know the good thing about this, James, is I don't have to pan the camera, at least not with my hands or via a gimbal. Actually, I do have a... oh, that was loud. Ex-Aviator is here. Awesome. Hello. Henry as well. How are you, mate? Heather Easton is still here. So, yeah, this is an edited version of ETA Karina, which is the nebula that we've got our camera focused on right now, which is pretty awesome. I wonder actually whether I can do I wonder if I can do a side by side of. Oh no, I can't because we're in the same app. Never mind. Excuse me. But you can see the resemblance here, and it might be a different orientation at the moment that we've got compared to the raw data, compared to sort of like a final edited version. Is it the same? Yeah, it's off. If we rotated this image 90 degrees clockwise, I think it would reflect this edited version quite nicely. Hello there, ex-Aviator. How are you? Thank you for tuning in to my lazy hangout here under the stars. Just gone midnight now. The moon has set. Not much doing on that moon camera anymore, which is tempting me now to move the second telescope, over to this part of the night sky, because what I want to show you a comparison now between looking at an image taken of the night sky over a 3-minute period, which is what we're looking at right now. So this image here is a 3-minute image. Now, what I want to show you is what it looks like in real life, just looking up at the night sky with, say, a 500mm lens. So let's change the app. Let's change the telescope, and we're going to move that other telescope now across to this part of the night sky. So bear with me for a moment as we do that. Hey, ex-Aviator, I'm so glad I could catch the first astronomy stream. Yes, well, literally just a test stream tonight. I'm glad that you could catch it as well. A little bit of we're just out here having a little bit of fun. So here we go. We've got a library. I'm just showing you a library. The mini computer that I'm connected to. So we're now talking about the big telescope, which is currently horizontal to the ground because it was trying to track the moon all the way down to its set on the horizon. I'm now going to move it, and we can actually watch it together. how do we watch it together? Is that the right view? It's a little bit dark for me to look. No, that's not the right view. Stand by. There we go. So we're gonna watch it move together. So the telescope on the far right of screen, I'm going to choose the part of the night sky that we want it to go to, and let's do that now. So you can see the mount. It's moving now. So it's going to go automatically. So the mini computer that is connected to that mount already knows where it belongs in the night sky. It's already been calibrated, so it knows exactly where to go. So I've told it where to go, and now it's going to. The mount will go to that area of the night sky where I've told it to go, and how it actually knows that it's really there. It takes an image, and then sends it to the database, and then marries the image that it's taken through its camera with the database, and then it basically it needs to marry it, and then it will do 1-to-1. It'll marry it, and then make sure that the scope is in the right position. So you can see here that it's validating right now whether the image is actually in the right place or not. And it's going to be interesting to see what we see here. Wow. Let me just up the exposure a little bit on that camera to see if we get anything. Let's stand by. Now it is really dark. Now this is what it looks like live. This is what it looks like live to the naked eye. Now I'm gonna do a side by side here. Stand by. Actually, I'm just gonna. Now bear with me for a sec. Hello there, Peter from Adelaide. Is this Shep's Mound? No, it's not. Actually, if I was at Shep's Mound, oh, James is saying earlier. Sorry as well, James. Love it. Surely the skies are a bit brighter around Sydney. Yeah, you're not wrong. I've positioned myself out of Sydney, just to the north. It's about an hour's drive. And that's allowed me to sort of get to the edge of the light pollution. Oh, I haven't done an auto run. I need to. Okay, what I need to do. This is fun. This is going to be fun. All right. So bear with me here. What I'm trying to show you. On the right hand side, that is the live view of the ETA Karina Nebula. That is literally what it looks like right now. I mean, it is dark, and that's what we can see with our own eyes. I don't know how well that's coming up on the screen for you to see that. If you're in a dark room, if you're in a room with lights on, turn all the lights off and just have a look at the screen. It is a dark room. It's a dark sky, part of the sky. But that's what we can see with our eye. I've just started another photo there. It's going to go for 180 seconds, so it's a 3-minute photo. So both the telescopes are pointing to the same part of the night sky right now. And what's going to happen is, just in just under 3 minutes' time, you're going to see what the telescope can see, which you already have seen on this part of the show, but I just want to show you the comparison. So the what's on the right-hand side here is a live view from the camera. It doesn't get brighter than that. That's exactly what it looks like if you were standing out here under the stars looking up to that part of the night sky right now. And it's a live view. So that's what you see with your own eyes. Now you can't see any of the nebula, the nebulosity around that. But the telescope that that we can open the camera shutter door for over 3 minutes or more, we'll collect all that data, all those photons, will come onto the sensor, and it will burn an image on the sensor for us to see. And that's what's exciting. I love doing that. I love going to see different nebulas. There's going to be a couple others that are popping up very soon that we'll be able to move the cameras around and have a look at as well to do these similar comparisons, which is pretty exciting. Just about 90 seconds to go. Yeah, so Pete down there in Adelaide saying, are we at Sheps Mound? No, what's going on? No, Sheps is right in the middle of the city, which is, well, not in the middle of the city, but it's right in the middle of Metro Sydney. And on the light pollution scale from, say, 0 to 10, it is Bortle 9 or Bortle 10, which is the most light polluted it's on the most light polluted side of the scale, if that makes sense. I think I might have already had this. I did. I flipped them around. Oh, that's cool. We'll watch that one come through. Hello there for all the new viewers. I am here. I'm sitting in my little control center here. I've got 2 telescopes going. Say hello there to you, James, as well. I can't believe. Sorry, Maddie as well. I can't believe you guys are tuning in. You guys have just finished a live show up there in Brizzy. I hope you're sitting down eating somewhere. Maybe that's what you're doing. But I am here. I've got 2 telescopes running. One at about 580mm, which just has a regular camera attached to the back of it, like a photo lens, but it's actually a telescope. So what is that? 580mm, probably f5.8 fixed. This telescope here is at 280mm. Again, it's a fixed lens, and it runs at about f3.9. And there's a specialized astrophotography camera, which at the moment is being cooled to minus 10 degrees on the back of that. And it has a dual narrowband filter in front of an RGB sensor, which is focusing light on hydrogen alpha, mostly to bring in data and to show us color, which is about to pop up on the screen on the left here, I believe. It's loading up now with the green bars. And wow, there it is. Again, it doesn't get old. It doesn't get old. But yeah, wow. That's so cool. So on the left of screen, you can see what it looks like after a photo that's been taken for 3 minutes versus what our naked eye can see. And I mean that is just mind blowing every single time, right? Yeah. So Sheps Mound, yeah, in the middle of light pollution, so it's a nightmare. I mean, you can still see these kind of nebulas from Sheps Mound. There'd be a lot more sort of grain. You know, if you have a look at around. There'd be a lot more sort of grain and fuzziness and artifacts in those images if they're taken around the airport, just because there's so much light pollution. I'm sort of in the middle of the scale right now. I'm in a Bortle 4 location, which is a lot darker, so allowing me to take some incredible photos of what's out there in the night sky, which is really, really cool. And yeah, so and then yeah, for those of you who just joined us, what else? And then I've just got like my tablet here so I can read the chat. I'm just running the show and I've got the audio here as well. So there's a little bit of a control center. But I just wanted to use tonight to come out and just have a bit of a fluff around with, first of all, the tech to see if I could make it work, to see if I could connect the 2 telescopes into the show and then feed the live views straight to you guys so you can actually see them. And it's clear that it's so far it is working. There's a couple of changes that I might make later on, but for the most part, that's about it. And it's going these nights or these little astrophotography shows. I have said that earlier, but they're a complete departure away from anything sort of airport aviation related. They're my opportunity to get away from all of that and to relax. And as I mentioned before, a lot of the times I'm out here chilling out with my brother because him and I obviously spend a lot of time together doing that under the stars. But think of it like a members show where it's a lot quieter, and it's already an audience that I obviously garnished through the Sid Squad show. There might be a few people here that you know, from my personal channel that might be sort of wondering what the hell's going on. Who are these people? But it doesn't matter. I don't mind if you watch. I don't mind if you don't watch. It's okay. It's just your opportunity to come and hang out with me and look at the stars and have a little bit of fun and yeah, ask questions. And I will try and read the chat. And there's a few people here that have popped their heads in that I will say hello to. So if you are still there, I apologise for not getting to your messages earlier. I was able to bring them up on the screen before, but maybe because I'm in the bush in an undisclosed park, maybe the technology's not working. I'm just glad that the stream's actually up and running. There is a cell phone tower that's not far away, so I'm relying on that to do all the heavy lifting here. But I think Heather had to go. So thank you, Heather, for tuning in. She did say good night, and that was about 15:15, so about 12 minutes ago. Henry wants to know my location. I'm just north of Sydney Metro, just out of the main light pollution area at the moment. So, but you don't need to know exactly where I am. It's so quiet out here. I prefer to keep it that way. No. Thank you for tuning in. Maddie wants to know if I can make it follow the planes. Yeah. These things track the stars, so you can imagine how slow they're actually tracking, Matt. So no. However, you guys might have just tuned in a little bit late, but if you scrub back to the start of the show, we had a solid fix on the moon as it was setting, but the quality of the moon was deteriorating in quality because it was going through the Earth's atmosphere. And as the lower the moon goes, as you will know, when you look at it when the moon first rises on the horizon, it's like in a sausage sizzle, and what you're looking at through is diffracted light and the atmosphere. And so taking a photo of the moon when it's on the horizon is like the worst time because there's so much haze and sausage sizzle, and you really got to wait for the moon to get up high in the night sky, normally above 25 to 30 degrees, and then you can get some really good clear shots. But we did feature the moon, which was a lot of fun. And what I was going to say is if ever we're featuring the moon on the show and a plane goes through it, it's probably as good as we're going to get to seeing a live plane on the show, which is we'll keep an eye out for another time. Jenny saying we're in a remote park. Yes, we are. The jokes keep getting funnier. Good on you, Victor Aviation. Thanks for being here, mate. I appreciate you dropping in and saying hi. Ex-aviator, this stuff is incredible. Going to end up buying a telescope by the end of tonight. Yeah, look out. This could become your next addictive hobby. Very much like me as well. Which is, the more shows like this, we can really get into it and start talking more and more about it. But that's insane. And there is going to be more because I did say it's only 12. Well, I say it's only 12:30 a.m. in the morning. But my plan is to be out here for a couple of hours still tonight. So if you're a night owl, and I know James, you are a night owl, so you can't go to bed. Jack, I know you can't go to bed either. So at least I'll have two people still watching the live show at 2:30 in the morning coming up. So don't go. And I've got a couple of flavoured beverages I've got to get through. So you're going to have to help me get through them as well. So don't go anywhere. I got 30 people here. We're kicking goals on the on the live show. If you are new and you just tuned in, my name's Kurt, and I'm just out here just having a bit of fun doing some astrophotography under the stars. Just doing a little bit of a test live stream. Never done this before. I might have some experience doing some live shows in another world, and so I'm sort of bringing some of that experience to this environment. And yeah, I mean, if you're interested in this sort of stuff and you like what you see, then feel free to subscribe. Not on this channel that we're actually looking at, because I'm not going to do any more astrophotography stuff on this channel. One of Elise up there at the top of the chat, she's actually pinned the astrophotography channel. So if you haven't seen it, go and click that link and subscribe to that channel, because we're going to put this sort of content on that channel just so it has its own place and it's in its own little world. And if you want to join, great. If you want to join, that'd be amazing. If you don't, that's okay as well. But for when we do these shows again in the future, that's where the shows will be, and you can go and check it out there. So good to see you here today, Pete. Well, I think last time you spoke to me during the week, you were ill again. You seem to get ill quite often. I hope you're okay now, Peter, down there in Adelaide, Mr. Pomphus and Mark. I hope you're well. Yeah, this hobby kind of covers a couple of different abstracts in that. Well, for me, and probably for a lot of you who are interested in, what we do on the aviation side of stuff, but photography, videography, sort of interested in the weather, being a night owl. I have always loved the night sky. Have always loved looking at the stars. Have always wondered and always wanted to know more or explore more. I get to marry all that together through the different hobbies that I have. You know, plane spotting or filming, photography, coming out here doing the astrophotography stuff with all the equipment and, you know, the telescopes and the lenses and that. Yeah, I'm very much aware that sort of this environment or this realm is not achievable for a lot of people. So if I can share some of that with you guys, and you find that interesting, well, then that's really cool. I think that's awesome. I think that's pretty cool. Henry says he sees 4 stars out the window now. Good on you, Henry. Only 4? 31 likes. Smash the like button. Alex DeBerry, good on you, mate. Matty, I used to love experimenting with long exposure photography. Never thought to try Astro. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, me too. You know, like I love doing time lapse photography, but I never allow myself the time to go and do that sort of stuff. Night photography, I love, and then yeah, being able to combine it with taking photos of the night sky. See, Matty, what I found was I used to take photos of like, you know, like the Milky Way, right? Like, you know, wide angle lens, tripod, set it up, and, you know, not even going into bulb mode, but just going into like, you know, 20 seconds or something, just picking a, you know, the Milky Way that goes across the sky, pointing it up there, tripod, static, click away, and looking at the photos and going, wow, that is amazing what you can see on like a 15, 20 second sort of exposure. And I think it grows from there, and maybe you're at the beginning of your journey, Matt, where you sort of go, wow, this is something else that you'd like to do. And then it then just takes a little bit more interest and obviously a lot more money to get involved in, say, grabbing a equatorial mount, which will track the stars, and then you can put the same camera that you had, the static camera, and then put it on that equatorial mount and apply the same philosophy and the same principles and practice that you know from just doing normal, regular photography. And then you can do longer exposures, and then you'll then start to see more and more in the night sky. And then you get attached because you look and you go, well, I want to see more. I want to go deeper. I want to go further. I want to see what else is out there. And that's where it begins, at least for me. And it was... yeah, it's a never-ending, dangerous hobby of, yeah, of exploring and buying equipment. Goodness me, far out. Amazon loves me. Yeah, Pete says I look like a drummer. Do you know what, Pete? I can play the drums. I have played the drums. I have got a drum kit. Haven't hit it for a long time, but yes, I look like a drummer. I could just sit here and bang away. I just need some cymbals. I just need some cymbals up here. I didn't know what the right format was. You tell me, like, if there's any feedback there, should I bring the camera closer to me? But then I thought if I bring the camera closer to me, you lose the view of the telescopes. Or do you want to sacrifice one because you don't really care and you just want to, you know, like you want to see a close-up version of like the control center? I don't know. I can do that. I can go and move it. You'll have to let me know. I'm assuming, are we still 5x5? Can you guys still hear and see? And I should probably I probably should check that you guys are still there and hear me. So Pete says I played the drum for 6 years. Okay, well at least I know Pete's still here. Oh, that's cool. Let me just catch up on a couple of more messages because I've been a bit of a slacko here, and I will change the views around a little bit because I want to go to another nebula pretty soon and then show you some different things. So if you're bored, just let me know. I apologize early. What do we got here? James says, is this an all-nighter? Well, you tell me, James. I reckon I'm good probably to about... now we're on the same time zone because we flicked over. I wanted to do this last night because last night we got the extra hour. We got the extra hour back, which means nothing to you guys north of the border because you don't participate in the old daylight saving stuff. But it didn't work out. The weather here last night was complete whiteout. It was clouds everywhere, and so it didn't work out. But I was prepared and ready to go. But Here we are tonight on a Sunday night. So good thing is I don't have work straight up in the morning, so I can sort of be a bit flexible. But I reckon 3 a.m. might be the cutoff. If anyone's willing to stay with me till then, you're welcome. Of course. I love it. Ex-Aviator still here. Henry's here, loving it. Pat D says, stunning. Alex Tabiri, all I can say is wow. Oh, thank you, Alex. JM, is there such thing as diminishing returns on the length of exposure? Yes. Yeah, sort of like you get to a point where there's not going to be much more that the sensor will consume. Like it will take in photons, but you then it's only going to paint as much as it can. But what we've found, and at least my experience being out here and playing around and dabbling in the hobby, is that we sort of worked out anywhere from sort of 2-3 minute length exposures to about 10-minute length exposures. Anywhere within that region is going to be good enough. I've done some images that have been. I have done some images that have been 20-minute long exposures, and let me just go and sort of see if I can share some more data with some more information with you. By the way, this is my sneaky little album of Astro photos. I'm looking for the dolphin head. No, I can go through that. Okay, so here we go. Here's something that's look at this. Let's get rid of the Temu advert here. We already played Temu tonight up in Brizzy, so they already. I didn't see all of the stream, James. So I don't know. Did Temu actually come in? Because I didn't actually see. Oh, what are you doing? I didn't see the plane land, so I don't know if it actually landed. I don't know what's going on here. I'll see if I can go back. Oh, what are we doing here? All right, that'll do. I'll leave it like that. Can I close this? How do I close that? Go away. All right, I don't know why. Anyway, have a look at that. That there is what we call the Dolphin Head Nebula. Now, that image comprised of about sort of 20-minute long photos, and I mean the color and the look at all the gases through here, and this nebula here, this hydrogen alpha nebula that runs, from, well, I'll say north to south, but direction is really not considered when you're looking up in the skies like that. And look at this. This is what they refer to as the Dolphin Head Nebula, and one really big bright star in that part, which is hard to control in editing, but comes out really well. So this is the product of. This is the product of roughly 20-minute long photos stacked together and averaged out. And what you then do is you bring that final raw photo or that raw data into editing software. And there are a range of astrophotography editing softwares available. You might think of, say, Photoshop being, one, quite a popular editing program, and you can use Photoshop for touching up and for doing colors and things like that. But there are some other really, really specific softwares out there which allow you to help extract the data, lower the noise down, pull out, different elements of the image. Sometimes you want to eliminate the stars completely from an image, and then just work with the stars so that you're not editing a whole image and ruining, the stars, or overexposing certain elements of the image. There's a real process. It gets quite technical. I don't really want to go into too much depth about the whole editing and all that sort of side of stuff, at least on this channel. That's not what it's about. This is more for me to zen out and have a chat with you guys and share some cool stuff. But yeah, and then eventually you might put it into Photoshop and do some final touches, and then bang, here you are with an image. And it's a never-ending pit of discovery. It's like, how far do you push an image? How far do you pull out the data? How much do you draw? How much saturation do you apply? How much intensity is here? How much exposure is there? And it's an art. And there's no right or wrong answer, because astrophotography is really an expression of the astrophotographer, because you can start with a baseline here, and you know that this image has been taken with an RGB camera, so it's a full color sensor camera, and I've applied a dual narrowband filter over the top to focus mostly in on the red. But if you put a different filter on top, you could get different colors, and you can also apply techniques to the editing of this image to make them look and feel a little bit like what NASA does with their image editing, and make it look a little bit more Hubble palette-esque. You know, you get sort of these crazy hues of greens, and you know, let's go and have a look at perhaps some more images, and you can really delve into. Let's just refresh the page, because I don't know, the application's not really working the best. Oh, so yeah, before I show you another image per se, I want to be able to show you. I want to show you what it looks like in real life before going to an edited version. But I did want to show you the dolphin head image. I just took the dolphin head here, and by itself. Oh, I don't know why it does that, but anyway, and you can really see. Wow, that's so cool. 5x5, says Jack. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Hasn't skipped a beat, says James. Yeah, that's strange. Henry says I'm into drones at the moment. Ah, yes. Ah, very good. Henry's a night owl. JM's on the flavoured bevies. Good on you, Jack. Thank you, mate. I hope that answered your question, Pete, about what causes the crazy colours. Yeah. Pat says I'm in the UK, so I'm wide awake. Oh, it looks like we've got Pat for the whole show. Good on you, Pat. 33 subs on that account. Well, that means at least most of you have probably subscribed to it, which is cool. I won't spam you, that's for sure, because I can't imagine doing lots and lots of these Astro shows. I don't want them to be boring, but I also don't have a format. And I don't want there to be a format. There's a lot of people like so much more dedicated to me in this field, or this astrophotography hobby, that do the hobby and the interest so much more respect than I can. I'm not. I know enough to get by and to do what I do well, and to take lovely images and edit them and make them look good for me. But I don't know all of the technical ins and outs, and so it's very much a discovering journey for me as well. And so I don't want to go too much in depth with that. I'm happy to talk about you know, my gear and my equipment, and sort of explaining what I'm doing or where I'm going and how I, you know, and all that sort of stuff. But I don't want to make it too complex and too complicated for people, so it's boring. But it's just a real chill out. Be interested to see if there's other people that would love to do this as well. Henry says, welcome to Brizzy Life. I only saw the Milky Way for the first time there about 4 years ago. Ah, there you go, Henry. Now you look up more often. Pretty impressive, says James. Thank you, James. Yeah. So these telescopes are fixed now to the night sky. They've both telescopes they're tracking the night sky through the basics of the equatorial mount themselves. On top of each telescope is another telescope, which is called a guide scope, and they are helping send pulse or guiding pulses to the actual mount itself to even further improve the accuracy of their tracking, which will allow us to basically take a photo of the night sky for up to 20 minutes to just really bring in that data and soak the camera sensor to be able to pull out data like this. But I'm actually interested in going exploring a little bit more of the night sky. So who wants to come along with me on that journey? I'm going to go to a target that's called M8. So if you're at home and you want to know what M8 is, Google it and have a look, and we'll go and check it out. Or actually don't. let me show you. Let me show you. I just catch up on the chat. This is my worst thing. I'm horrible. Even on a night show like this where there's only 30 people, I'm still terrible at the chat. Henry says he hasn't got school tomorrow, so he can stay up. Wow, that's awesome. Don't get in trouble though, and you'll feel horrible. James said Timu came in but the wrong way. A bit of running around. Have you got a little trundle yet, James, that you can roll your tripod around? Or have you decided not against that and just sort of picking up the gear and lugging it across the car park? Yeah, I think I was talking to you about that before, eh? I think with us, we're trying to well, at least me, once I'm set, I'm like, forget. I'm not picking anything up. It gets too heavy, doesn't it? But I see you and Maddie running across the car park. It's so kudos to you guys for doing that. We actually had that. We had the same aircraft, in fact, come to Sydney. It was like a couple of nights ago we saw it as well. So it's doing the rounds. You've had it now twice in, what's that, a week, 2 weeks? Something like that, which is pretty cool. Snack time for Henry. Maddie saying, so the telescope compensates for the Earth's rotation during the long exposure. Exactly. So as I mentioned before, we look at the stars and we say, oh, the stars are moving. You know, you look at the moon, oh, the moon, well, the Earth is rotating against the galaxy, right? And so the telescope compensates for Earth's rotation and as we perceive the stars to be moving. So yes, the guide scope will glue the telescope to a particular part of the sky that I tell it to go, or that I tell the app to tell the telescope to go to. And it is literally glued on that part of the sky and tracking our Earth's movement as we go. And that allows us to do long exposure photography. So you can put your camera, or you could piggyback your regular DSLR or mirrorless camera on top of a telescope that is moving. So if you were here and you brought your camera, we could mount it to the top of the telescope, and then if you had a remote and you wanted to put it in bulb mode, you could take photos. Now, the DSLR camera straight up is not going to perform as good as a specified astrophotography camera might, because the sensor is just a basic RGB sensor, whereas the astrophotography cameras, they've got more sensitivity. They're honed in more for hydrogen alpha, and with filters on, you're going to get more. The other benefit of the astrophotography camera is that you can cool the sensor down. Now, at the moment, I'm currently cooling the sensor down on this camera. If you have a look bottom left-hand corner here, it says, wait for that to disappear. It actually says -10. I don't know if you can read that, if the quality is coming out okay if you're on a PC monitor. You probably zoom in on your phone. But bottom left-hand corner, it says that the power that I'm putting into this camera on 12 volts, I'm only giving it 51%, and it is operating at -10. Now, the reason we do that is because when you have a camera sensor collecting photons or collecting data for say 5 or 10 minutes long at a time, you're burning the sensor. You've got the sensor open collecting light. It's burning the sensor and gets very hot. And what you find is that when the image is finished taking place, so after 3 or 5 minutes time, there's a lot of thermal noise that is baked into the sensor for that particular image. And where you see it, not so much on this image, because actually this image is actually pretty clean. You get a lot of fuzz, you get a lot of noise, you get a lot of grain. And those types of images are actually really hard to work with. There are processes that are in place to be able to remove that, the bad data, but it's not so easy. Now, what have I done here? No, I can't zoom out. Why can't I zoom out? So that's why we have cameras that actually have the ability to cool the camera's sensor down to a certain temperature. And in fact, if I go in and have a look at the camera's specs, currently this camera is running at 280 mil. It's fixed. I've set the cooling to be at -10, but you can go even cooler to get an even smoother and an even a much less noise image than what you're getting if it was at ambient temperature. And sometimes in summer, ambient temperature can be like, 20 degrees, 25 degrees, which is quite hot. And then when you add that to a 5-minute photo, you've got a bucket load of thermal noise to try and get rid of. My brother's just dropped in. Hello there, Marty. How are you, mate? Dropping in the pink hand waves. And we know where we've got pink hand waves. We're familiar with those on our other shows, on our airport plane spotting shows. Hello, Marty. How are you? I'm actually disappointed you're not out here with me about to share my first flavoured beverage. I was telling the viewers that we often get to spend a lot of bro time out here under the stars, and that's normally a good opportunity for us to catch up because both of our respective families are quite busy, and we've got busy lives outside of regular work and star watching. But it actually did clear up. It cleared up at about 10:30, and now it is beautiful. So I'm going to enjoy a couple of hours with a few people watching the live show. So I hope you're doing well, and thank you for dropping in and saying g'day, mate. Steve Amers is here as well. Hello, Steve. Good to see you there, mate. Saying Marty said he's glad that I got out, sorry he couldn't make it. Enjoy your night. Clear skies. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, mate. We'll catch up tomorrow, no doubt. I did catch the Formula One, and I won't say anything because I don't know whether James has seen it yet. I know he's a big fan. Steve Amers, how much would a telescope cost like the one you're using? Lots of money. You can Google the cost of telescopes, but ballpark for a telescope of the bigger scope that is there on the left, it could range anywhere from say $3,000 Australian to $5,000 Australian. It really depends on the quality of the optics, the f-stop or the aperture, that the amount of glass inside that telescope is offering, and what that means is light gathering power, ability to have more glass, so a wider telescope to be able to let more light in. So there's always a compromise with everything, right? You get a telescope that's smaller, which doesn't let a huge amount of light in. Well, that's going to be a cheaper telescope compared to a telescope which is really like a really big bucket, like a Celestron telescope, which is big. It's got big aperture, lets lots of light in, lots of glass, lots of really sharp glass, and then that's where things can go really, really expensive. So these are very low to mid-range end telescopes. They're not the best glass out there, but they do well for what I want, I guess, for what I could afford, I suppose, and in this hobby. And then this one here is a telescope that I think I purchased. It's only 280 millimeters long, but it's a fixed length and a fixed aperture telescope. 280 mils at f3.9. Which is really nice. So it's at 280 mils, it's classed as like a wide field telescope, which allows us to get nice wide shots of big nebulae in the sky like this. Would range anywhere from I'm just thinking, I can't remember now, it was $1,500 maybe to $2,000, something like that for the telescope on top. It is by no means a cheap hobby. Very much like most things with regards to tech cameras and lenses and scopes and things like that. It's very it can be very, very expensive hobby. Pete says, I don't think these shows would be boring. I find it spectacular. It's a different side of your normal shows. You could do an updated image every 10 minutes. Yeah. Speaking of that, let's move the camera. I want to focus on something different now, and I haven't looked too much into the night sky because, as I mentioned earlier, tonight's show was purely just a test to see that we could get the show up and running. However, let's move the telescopes, and I'll show you that the telescope is moving. This telescope here near to me now, I'm moving to a different part of the night sky. I've just commanded it to move in the application, which is its computer on the left-hand screen here. And I'm now telling it to focus on another part of the night sky. And I hope that it's not blocked by trees. Let me just check. Oh, no, we're clear. We're clear. And I might even actually zoom the camera in a little bit so you can actually see a little bit more of that telescope, and I can do like a I can talk about that telescope actually a little bit as well. Don't know if that light really doesn't do anything to that. So Henry hasn't seen the Formula One, so I won't talk about it. That's cool. Jenny, imagine being an astronaut and shooting through all those stars like close up. Oh, cool, Henry. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Jack said he got lost looking at the dolphin image. Lots to take in. Yeah, and this is the thing. You can really get lost. There's no stopping here. It's kind of like, yeah, there is too much. There is so much to take in. All right, so the image on the left is about to update with its new location, and there it is right now. This is called the Lagoon Nebula, and it's called M8. There is also another nebula up there to the right. I can use my mouse actually. So this nebula here is called the Lagoon Nebula. So what's a lagoon? It's like a lake. Kind of looks like there might be a little bit of a lake here, and this is kind of like the shoreline. Maybe that's what they were going for when they named that one. They're in the Messier catalogue. There's another little nebula up here called M20, which with the filter that I'm featuring at the moment, it doesn't really capture all of the color. But I'm gonna put the image into a different composition now and just double check that we're good to go. Oh, okay, you know who's won, that's for sure. I'll get on you, Henry. Thank you so much. Yeah, now that you've seen the big telescope, I'm going to go and I'm going to move. I'm going to make this image a little bit tighter. I'll just come back in a sec. Hang on. The battery died on that camera, so I had to fix it. Oops, says Pete. I know. Sorry about that, mate. I think we're good now. All right, cool. M8. Yeah, a newer part of the sky, which I'm pointing to the east. So Let's have a look to see. Maybe I can just recenter it again. Apologies. And then what we might do is we might do a couple of like sort of 3-minute or 4-minute shots on this particular image, and then we'll start to build an image. So what's the time? 1 a.m. So maybe we'll go to like 1:30 and just, or 20 past or something like that, and just build 5x5. We're back. Yeah, it's working. Sorry, did we drop out? Did we? Or was it just the camera? Or was it just this view? Maybe. Apologies. Jack, what flavored beverage are you consuming? Let's grab one up. Jenny says she wants to have a print of all these images. Okay, we can do that. I'll have to make them available for you. I'm going to see where this camera is. Where is it? Oh, it's over there. Okay, cool. Are we recentering? All right, I think that's a nice composition for this image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to recalibrate this part of the night sky because I've moved the telescope. So I'm going to clear the calibration. I'm going to start the calibration again. Just to basically train the guide scope on a new part of the night sky. Let's do that. So it's going to perform like a calibration sequence, and this is the guide camera that's working. So as I mentioned, it's not so bright, but you can just see there's the main telescope, which is the white shaft, which is the lens. Here at the back, maybe if I just grab this might work. I don't know, maybe we can just increase the brightness a little bit. See, I'm working on the go here. Yeah, okay. Oh wow, that's actually a lot brighter now. Maybe too bright. Okay, so you have the main telescope, which is the white lens, and then here at the back this red item is the camera, and it's got an air vent. Like there's a grey, or that black part there is an air vent. This part here at the bottom and that white L-shaped thing, that's the actual mount. And then those silver things at the bottom are the counterweights, which basically just balances the entire rig on the telescope. What we've got here on the top is another little scope with another little camera at the back, and that's the guide scope. I've also got some black things at the front ends of each of the telescopes. Those are dew heaters, and I've got dew heaters turned on at the moment because it is it's quite the humidity level here is making all the grass wet, and there's dew setting in, and I want to be able to prevent the telescopes from fogging over. And then what happens then is they get clouded up, and then you can't see an image out the front of them, which is not good. So I've got dew heaters on, so that basically warms the elements of the lens or the telescope to make sure that it doesn't fog over, which is really, really cool. All good. It was just the camera. Cool. On the Stone and Woods, can't go wrong. Thanks for reminding me, mate. I will. I've got my little cooler bag here. I've come prepared, so I've got to. I've got to get stuck in. What have I got? Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. Okay, we're good. I got some tiny teddies as well. Everyone knows the old tiny teddies. Oh, you can't see that. I should turn my light off. Sorry. Tiny teddies. And an XPA. Happy days. Yes, demisters, Jenny. Yeah, exactly. But the idea is to demist to defog the lens. I'm just blocking out the light to see the skies. Okay, we're good. Yeah, the idea is to make sure the lens are defogged before they get fogged, because then it takes too long to try and defog them. If that makes sense. If they get fogged up, then you're in trouble. So the idea is to have them on at all times. What am I doing here? Tiny teddies. Just went to get some Tim Tam, says Alex. Good on you, Alex. Thank you, mate. I've got a plan here to be able to share the older. Did that work? Did that happen? Did that come through? All right, so I think we're calibrated. So the cool thing about this is what it's showing. These the blue and red lines are basically the accuracy of the cross on the stars. This guide scope is tracking the movement of a couple of stars in this image by the different circles. And it's basically sending pulses to the telescope mount to say, you know, nudge left a little bit, nudge right a little bit, move a little bit left, up, down, right, left, up, down, right, all the time. And it's doing that at the moment at a rate of, I think it's at a rate of 2 seconds. How do I tell? I can't remember what I set it to. I think it's set in the guide camera settings, or is it? I forget. I've been out of the game. Right, now we're tracking this part of the night sky. I want to set up a routine. I'm going to set up a routine. And what we're going to do is this is now we're going into a real live example of capturing an image and then stacking it live. We can do that in this software as well. So what we can do is cheers, Steve Amos. Good on you, mate. ASMR with Kurt. Is that my voice or just the crack of the tinny James? You'll have to let me know. This could become a thing. Should I do this more often? I wonder if people will turn up. I've no idea. I don't care anyway. This is for fun anyway. But I'm glad that you guys are all here. I'm enjoying it. It's cool. We get a couple of questions and I forget what I was going to say. Yeah. So the app, this app will allow me to. I sort of briefly mentioned that if we take lots of photos and stack them together in editing software after the fact, we can get a really nice image. Well, this app, so the mini computer that is attached to the telescope through the app, will let me actually compile a live version of a stacking process. So let's take, I don't know, let's have a look. Let's do 3-minute exposures. So that's 180. Everything goes in seconds. So we can do that. So we're doing light frames here. So we call in astrophotography, we call our images or our captures frames. We call them frames, and we call them light frames. The exposure length is going to be 180 seconds. I'm not going to go into the bin level. We're going to use the camera sensor at its native resolution at 1:1. Now, by the way, I should tell you what camera I'm using. I'm using an APS-C camera. It's a crop sort of sensor camera. For anyone, James, you'll know this. Other people will know. It's roughly 6,400 pixels on the long edge by 2,000, maybe 2,500 or something or 3,000 on the. It's like 6x4. It's a standard APS-C resolution camera. If anyone wants to go and Google it, it is the ASI 2600 MCP. Color camera, P for Pro, ASI 2600 MC Pro. It's not a cheap camera if you end up going and having a look. Right, so stack duration. Oh, okay, well this is cool. Let's choose 20 minutes. Can I choose 20 minutes? And then confirm. All right, cool. 20 minutes. Save each frame while they're stacking. No flats, no darks, no biases. Save. Well, this is it. We're ready to go. So we're going to go for 20 minutes. So what are we now? We'll go then. It'll finish at about 1:30. All right, cool. So let's begin. Let's begin our first capture. All right, so we're away. So what we've done with this rig, the first thing we did was we calibrated the guiding, which we saw up here, right? We're basically tracking the night sky with the mini telescope that's right here on the top. it's keeping the image glued to this part of the night sky as best as possible. It is sending pulses to the actual rig, to the hardware, to the mount, to actually make minor adjustments to keep the telescope locked on, glued onto that part of the sky. So that's the first part. What we've also got now is we've got our camera here at the back, which is cooling. It's down to minus 10 degrees. So it's in its optimal environment right now. And then the main actual telescope, we've now just basically told the computer to start taking images through the camera for 20 minutes. And so over this 20-minute period, we're going to capture 3-minute long images, and it's going to stack them. And then at the end, it's going to show us what we'll see the data collect and accumulate on top of each other as it goes through. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, Jack, it is not the iPhone 15 Pro Max One Plus Ultimate Edition. My gosh, you got it right. No, it's not. That's here, by the way. No, I actually don't even have that equipment out here tonight. Actually, no, I have it fixed over there. So while we're here, we can take this image now. This is the other telescope. What's this view here? No, that's not the view I want. Is that the view I want? Yeah, that'll do. So the big telescope, which is now off camera, because I tightened this frame, we can then move that to this part of the night sky. And then we can do a side-by-side and show you what they look like together. Shall we do that? Now, how do I do that? I've got to work out, how do I do that? Anyone want to help? No, that's not the one. That won't be the one either. All right, let me do this while that's working. Actually, let's watch our first image come in. It's only 30 seconds away. How about we do that? That'd be fun. Ooh, this is exciting. This is the we've already seen the test image to make sure that we know that the framing is right. So we know the composition is good. We know the telescope's glued to the right part of the sky. It's now tracking properly. Now it's just a matter of taking long exposure photos and then stacking them together. So let's see, 11 seconds to go. Come on, here we go. A sip of my flavoured beverage in anticipation. Or maybe that one. And if you noticed here on the right-hand side, it's already gone and started the next image. Right, so it's already counting down 180 seconds to go to the next frame. So this is exciting for me because I haven't done this for ages. I really haven't. I wonder if it's going to load up. It should load up. I don't know why it won't load up. It should be loading up. Why doesn't it load up? We're on a live stack. I'm hoping that we've selected the right option here. Oh, it is. Okay, so it's coming in at 6 megabytes. Oh, sorry. The transfer rate. There should be an image popping up now. Yep, loading here now. And the first drop. Oh, boom. Oh, it even comes with its own satellite as well. And look, okay, that's cool that we've actually seen that. You can see that there. It's just behind my picture. There's a green line which where my mouse is here. You can see goes straight up there. Look at that. So, in that 3 minutes, we had a cheeky satellite come across our view. Goodness me, look how good that looks. That's insane. Yeah, wow. That's awesome. This is I've forgotten how much I enjoy this. This is cool. This is great. Oh, Pineapple has joined. Hey, Pineapple, how are you, mate? Can't sleep, so he's going to hang out here for a bit. Good on you. Do you want me to just turn up the music and I'll just turn me down so you don't have to listen to me? You can, oh dear. I hope the music in the background's not too overpowering, but yeah. Can't get away from it, yeah. Oh, sorry, Jack. You might have sent something else there, but yeah. So okay, so that's what the image looks like. Now the second image is about to come in now as well. So not now, but 47 seconds away. And it's going to get pasted over the top. Now, I've not done this before. I just knew that the feature was there. And I want to see what happens to the line, to the telescope. I wonder if this just shows the latest image or if it actually does a live stack and starts to average these images out. So this is going to be interesting for me to see as well. I've not played with this part of the software before. I'm sort of dabbling a little bit, but 14 seconds before the next one. Photo bombs, yes. Ex-Aviator is still here as well. Good on you, Alex. You've been here right from the very beginning. Oh, good on you, mate. Thank you for your support, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you, mate. Right, so the image is about 30 to 40, maybe 30 to 40 megabytes in file size. And so what's happening is it's basically sending a version of it to the app. So that it can display, so I can display it here. And I think the data transfer rate for that image at the moment, you can see at the bottom there, it's about 7 megs, 7 megs a second. So if that's 7 seconds, maybe it's about 50 megabytes in file size, these images. So I'm kind of saying, what's going to happen here now? Does that even out that? Yes, it has, because it's still there. So, okay. What we're actually doing is we're live stacking, and the image is going to increase in quality every frame that drops in. Basically, it's gonna Yeah, wow. Did you hear that? Wow. They're so loud. As you can tell, it's really quiet out here. Before I was rudely interrupted. So what we're doing is we're actually seeing we're gonna do this. We're gonna put image upon image upon image upon image for the next 20 minutes until about 1:30. And so what it is going to do is it's going to improve the quality of the image. Now, if we sat out here for 3 hours or 4 hours and stuck the telescope on this part of the night sky and just let it track the entire 4 hours, we'd be able to go back to the first image and then have a look at the last image, and you would genuinely see a difference. You'd see the first raw image, and then you'd see the last one, and it's like day and night. Well, you know, within reason. Like you can see the quality. You can zoom in. You can see all the thermal noise, all the you know, the graininess and the the poor quality that you're seeing here in the background. You see all that. But at the moment, we're going to be stacking and building on. Now we're only going to do a short one. We're going to do 20 minutes, and then we might have a look at another target, right? But the cool thing is that the app allows us to do this live, real time, which I'm excited about. I'm really excited about. I've never dabbled with this part of the application before, which allows us to do it on the run. So normally this is a process that I do at home after the fact. I'll collect all the images, I'll get them, and then I'll squash them and I'll stack them. I don't do it, the software does it, but I put it in and run the process, and then I then start manipulating and editing the image. But this is cool. We can actually see the quality of this image is going to build up over time. Now, 20 minutes is a short time, but this is kind of just an example to show you what it would look like, and the fact that we can actually really do it, which is brilliant. So what we're going to do now is gonna bring over the camera that's on the left hand side of your screen, which is the big telescope. We're gonna bring that view now over to the framing or the composition of what we're seeing here on the screen. So that way we can do a like for like representation of and show you what it looks like in real life versus what it looks like compared to 3-minute images. So let's go and do that. So I'm running one version of the application and I'm running 2 telescopes through one version of the application. And this is just for the purpose of showing it on the live show so that we can all see it. So to now move that telescope over to the same target, I've got to go into my list of targets. Now I'm going to go to M8, which is the Lagoon Nebula here. We're going to select it, and then now we're going to move the big telescope over to the same target. Now, what we're going to see is not going to be terribly exciting, but it's just a one-to-one comparison of what's available there. So let's do it. Let's do it. How is everybody? Who else is who's here still at the moment? I see Pineapple still there. Steve is here as well. Pete saying those birds swoop nasty buggers. Yeah, I don't know. You're the plover. Gemma D's here. Hello, Gemma. Gemma's come out of the woodwork. Look out. How rude, says Maddie. Oh, it's scared. It actually freaked me out at first because it is. I mean, listen. There is. You hear a car like vaguely in the background, but there is not much going on out here. It is quiet. So Pat D's still here. Gemma's here. Henry's here. Elise is still there. Jenny's there. Hello, guys. Imagine having to have moderators on your Astro channel. Goodness me. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, that's funny. All right, where are we here? Are we It's actually getting really cold out here. I might have to pull out the Sid Squad puffer. Could hear a penny drop, says Xaviator. Yeah, that when I heard how loud that bird was, and then when I saw how far away it was, I'm sitting on a cricket pitch right now. So this is luxurious for astrophotography. For any of you who are this is luxury. The Astro Turf cricket pitch here. I feel like getting up and sending one down the other end, but no one will be there to bat it. Yeah, but it's quite comfortable. Perched with my 2 telescopes here and all my little drum kit. Right. Okay, so this is the guide scope telescope this is the guide scope of the bigger telescope out the back. So just to get its fix here. Now let's go now and have a look at the night sky. Now I want to do a side by side here. And I don't know how I got too many images up, but let's have a look. So on the left-hand side, it's so dark. Wow. Let's swap back over the app to the small telescope now. And it is that one there. Wow, this is very dramatic music, isn't it? Let's change that up. All right, so we're about to have an image drop in. It's loading up. 6.1 meg is the transfer rate. It's going to come across. It's going to be here very soon. Wow, there it is. Now, there might even be one more image that I can do here, 2 views, and let's just see what they look like. Yeah, this is cool. This may blow your mind, may not, but – So that there is basically the same images on left of screen compared to right of screen. I'm just going to see if I can brighten up the left one a little bit. It is very dark. I mean, and this is what the night sky looks like out here to the naked eye. It is literally pitch black out here at the moment. There's not much doing. It's probably about as bright as I can get it on the left-hand side. And I mean, we are pushing the grain train here as much as we can. But you can get a sense. You can get a sense from the stars here, and if you have a look at the stars on the left of frame, you can actually see that there is a similar sort of pattern. Now, keep in mind that the focal length on these two images are a little bit different. The image on the left is zoomed in a little bit tighter than the image on the right. So what I'll do is I'll try and make it a little bit easier to see on the stars and get rid of some of that overexposure in the middle there. Oh, I don't know if I can. I think it's really overexposed. Okay, let's just bring it back even further. See if we can pick the similar stars from all right, let's try this. So you can see the clump of stars here are the same clump of stars on the left-hand side, but the left-hand side is zoomed in a lot tighter. And you can see that the image on the left is what you can see with the naked eye, and the image on the right is images taken at 3 minutes long. So it is a really good indication of why it's so fun to take astro photos, because look at the data that you can get out of the night sky. Look at what you can see that you would never have ever thought is actually there. It's outstanding. It's mind-blowing, actually. And here's what I love. I love this. I love this stuff. This is right up my alley. So B-Rad saying that the ISS will be crossing our sky in 31 minutes. I actually don't have a wide enough camera to view the sky to see where it would be coming from, and I haven't got any of these telescopes configured to track the ISS going across the night sky, which is a shame. Pat D is still here. Hello, Pat. And Alex is here as well. Jack saying it's so cool seeing the night sky literally brought to life like that. Yeah, I'm really digging the sky conditions out here. It's hard for me to see with my eyes because I've all these screens in my face. But if I block the light and look up, I can see the reverse side of the Milky Way. We get to see the Milky Way core in the southern hemisphere during winter, and then in summer we see the reverse side of the Milky Way as it goes around. So I can see that now as it's coming up, and there's a lot of really cool targets in the night sky at the moment which we can get to feast our eyes on, which is fantastic. So if I did some more of these live streams over the next oh wow, that's insane, isn't it? It's bring the whites back a little bit just so that it's not so bright. Right, I think our live stack is finished. I think it's just finished. There's no more images here, so I'm not too sure. Not too sure. Clear image, stack images. No, don't clear that. What are you doing? So I think, let me just check. I think that our images are saved. Yeah, cool. Hang on one sec, just go back. I wonder if I caught it in time. Okay, so here, look, so here we are. We have an album of 1, 4, 5, 7. So we took 7 3-minute images. So what we can do is have a look at let's have a look to see if the first image is that much different from the 7th. I'm not sure. I imagine that these are just the 7 frames in the preview image. So that was the first frame. If you remember, it had the telescope go through it. The satellite go through it. Imagine that telescope going through it. And then this was the final image. Obviously, no satellite went through it, and I couldn't really tell too much of a difference there, if I was to be honest. But the preview window that we were looking at was stacking the images, and it was making it nice and bright. So this image here is the clean stacked image, and if we go and have a look at, you can see that there's less noise than what there would be appearing on one single static frame. And so the combination of stacking 7 images to that of 1 image is for me, to my eyes, because I've done this before, is clearly visible, which is fantastic. So you imagine that setting that up for 3 or 4 hours and letting it run, and catching the amount of data and putting all that together, you can really see how clear it would become, and smooth. And it's really, I mean, look at these intricate lines through here. This is just fantastic. I love this sort of stuff here, seeing all this. And you can, through the editing software, you can really pull that sort of data out. And I mean, you take a look down into the actual Lagoon Nebula itself, and now you're really going to see the quality of my mount. It's probably not calibrated that well to be able to see the stars. They're fairly round, actually. They come across not too bad. Now, the talking about diminishing returns there, Jack, about the longer you image, the more chance of something going wrong in your image. So the longer that you have your shutter open to the night sky, the greater chance there is for an error to occur with your image. So what I mean by that is naturally, the longer that you have your camera sensor open, you have the opportunity for satellites to come through and ruin your data. So satellites to come through across here, for example. Also, don't ever walk too close to your telescope or move. Sudden movements and things like that. It's like the old trick up there in Brizzy where they kick the tripod. Well, you don't want to be doing that, because obviously then you put the telescope out of its calibration, and it's no longer glued to that part of the night sky, and you've kind of got to start your whole setup routine with that telescope again, and it's quite painful. So don't go walking too close to the telescope legs. I'm not a very good example of that here tonight, because I've not left myself a lot of room. However, some other things can be that there could be a guiding error. So in the in the guiding of this particular telescope, there could be an error, and it might jerk, or it might jolt, or something like that, and then you might have a problem with an image that way. The other thing you've got to consider, as I put my Sid Squad puffer jacket on because it is really cold out here now. The other thing you got to consider is with astrophotography, it's you have what am I doing? Let me just go back so you're not in this view. Let's enjoy the image that we've just collected. If you think about it, the weather plays a really important part in astrophotography. It plays a huge part, in fact. What you need to pick to come out to do astrophotography, you need to pick a night where there's no cloud or no fog. You need to pick a night where obviously it's not raining. you need to pick a night where there's the least amount of moon as possible to avoid the light pollution. And then the biggest kicker, if you can get all those things right, the next thing is the wind, because the wind plays a huge part. You know, a gust of wind on these telescopes can you know, just move them ever so slightly. Now, when you're looking light years away into these nebulas here, right? You see these stars, how round they are, and you know, it's amazing. Right now, where we are, I think when I checked the forecast earlier tonight, in fact, let's go and check that while we're here, because I had a funny feeling that I don't even know if the so Hornsby Glenorrhea is roughly where we're looking. Let's have a look. So, okay, so here is what we were looking at here, right? So it's now 1 a.m. This is a website that I go to. So if you're interested in checking out like checking out like astrophotography forecasts, it's just clearoutside.com. You can put in your location anywhere around you like, and then you can search. So at the moment I'm looking in the Glenorrhea, Hornsby Shire, roughly where I am here, right? And this will bring up a nice little forecast here for you, right? So what you're looking at, these numbers are the time of the day in 24-hour time, right? So you have this is lunchtime today, 1 o'clock and then right here, this red indicates not good for. This is lunchtime today, 1 o'clock and then right here, this red indicates not good for astrophotography. We don't like red. It could be cloud, could be rain, could be whatever. So whatever. So when I was setting up between 9 and 10 o'clock, it was cloudy. 9 and 10 o'clock, it was cloudy. Hang 10. Are we back? I don't know. Are we back? Does it look? Is it stable? Let's have a look. far back. Just need to check something. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, no, I don't. Uh-huh. Can hear me. Thank you, Pete. Yeah, cool. Yeah, sorry about that. So where were we? I've got to do some reshuffling around of some data points here, but I think I can. I'm trying to work out whether I can do that or not. Five by 5, says Alex. Oh, Pete, I'm running the YOLO box out here, mate. I'm wireless out here, and I'm just using the YOLO box because it's like for me, it's the easiest thing to just have running, so I can just pull up like little quick displays and stuff like that. It kind of not reached me in the UK yet. Is that right? Sorry, Pat. It's okay. If it does drop out, just let me know and I'll try and fix it again. Yeah. We'll carry on. Yeah, it just allows me to yeah, sorry. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, it just allows me to have, yeah, it's right here in front of me, Pete. So I can just have like all of the HDMI cables just coming in, and I can just swap views just quickly on the go. It's fine. So that's what I'm running. So I have a monitor here so I can actually see the output of the show. I'm just running the show here, the technical side of it. Then I have like my mouse pad up here so I can move things around, and then there's another tablet hiding behind the box. But yeah, if I drop out again, just let me know in the chat and I'll try and fix it. But I think I'm going to have to do a couple of little bit of shuffling around here to make it work. So I've got a couple of different SIM cards going in there. Some are working and some are not. So I don't know. I'll have to fix that. Did the plover attack something to shut down the show? No, it was probably a dog. Probably a dog. I'm sure there's a dog around here somewhere. No, we can't have that. We can't have that on the. We can't have that on the Sid Squad show, can we? We can't say dog. We've got to talk about something different. Oh, so let me go back to what I was explaining. So you can see. I don't know if this is of any interest to people, but yeah, obviously nautical dark is probably the maximum time that you can really image in between. So let me open this up for you. So this is now Monday. We're in Monday from 1 a.m. onwards, and then you can see that the moon was up. It was 64%, and it's set at 12:24 a.m. Now, what you can see here is I checked the wind earlier, and we're about 3 mile an hour winds here tonight. So there is a slight breeze. I can feel a breeze. There is a slight breeze. And then this is the cloud situation earlier. So you can see here in the red, what was going on then? Why did it make it all red? Well, if you have a look here, medium clouds, we had medium clouds, 91%, 85%, 92, 85, 91, 85. And that was all the way to 9 p.m. And then at 10 p.m. it dropped down to 37%. By 10:30 we were clear. So... And so that was medium clouds, and then this is the high cloud stuff, that really cirrus, soft, high cloud stuff. So it was quite hazy as well. So low clouds, no low clouds, and but this was between 3 p.m. so 1500 on your 24-hour clock, and then 2200. So we had, so that's how you read this graph. And then what you're looking at here is the wind. The other thing is you can check the temperature. So right now it reckons we're down at 14. Feels like 14. The dew point is 2. Relative humidity 42. So no real cause for concern there about dew. But I still run the dew heaters on the lens anyway, just to make sure that we don't have. I've got enough power to run everything without there being any chance of anything fogging up. So, which is amazing. So I'm really happy about that. Yeah, so that's how we read the weather. Now let's have a look for the forecast then for the rest of the week. Well, if you have a look, as I was saying, between when you click here, if you have a look between 6:30 p.m. and 5, so 7 p.m. and 5 a.m., let's say, for the rest of the week, there's no greens really. So there's a couple of oranges, but that's not going to help. We need apples. We need apples. So... Now, the red doesn't necessarily indicate rain, for example. It might just indicate that it's a poor cloud. So having a look tomorrow, between 10 p.m. onwards, from 9 p.m. onwards, it looks like we're going to get a lot of low cloud and a lot of medium cloud. So that really, it's a struggle then to get out and do some astrophotography over the next couple of nights, because look at that. You see this sea of red, like my inbox. Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. So expect some Sid Squad live shows perhaps on other days this week, where I can fit it in between my sea of red emails and work. So we'll see. Also, as you can tell here on the left, the moon is becoming brighter and brighter over the next couple of days as well. So you can see it tonight. It was at 64%, but by Sunday it's going to be full moon. So if there was a day leading up to full moon, it would have been nice to go out and feature that and show you the full moon. But maybe next week, maybe next week there might be some green, and we might get a chance to come out and do the inaugural Amstronomy astrophotography show on the Amstronomy YouTube channel. Yeah, we'll see. Now I think can you you can actually see that. I do have a microphone out there, so you can actually hear the external noise, and I also have it so I can hear if there's anyone like walking up behind me. No. This is a very it's one of my favorite places to come at in the dead of the night to feature astrophotography, and I find it's very safe out here, which is good. Mostly because people don't know I'm out here. Oh, are we down again, B-Rad? Are we? If we're not 5x5, we can end the show, because I don't want to keep you here. Oh, okay, cool. I just saw B-Rad say stand by, folks. So I was like, oh, are we down? Are we down? Okay, cool. Shrubsy's still here. Look out. Pineapple. Pineapple, are you coming to... Oh, it's still choppy. All right. Okay, let me... Let me try and fix something here. Yeah, it's gonna drop. Yeah. Alex says we're back. All right. Hopefully it stays that way. Now I've just got to work on getting. What are we doing? Okay. I think we're good. Let me know if we're good. Let me know if we're good. Just give me 5x5s in the chat. I can't. Sorry, I don't have a cheeky emoji there for you, but let me know. Let me know. And I'll we'll just carry on for a little bit. See how we go. All right, you guys are awesome. Cool. All right, cool. Let's carry on. Sorry, guys. It's only 2 a.m. I got another hour to go. Come on, I'm not ready to go yet. I just needed to rejiggle some things. Now, let's see if we can go. Let's see if we can do some more target hunting, and try and make this a little bit more interesting before we finish up. And apologies for the dropout. I'm still kind of getting used to the setup, which is good because I need to fiddle and learn some of these things to try and work out how to make sure that they don't cause grief for me next time. Right, so there's a couple of other little targets that are starting to pop up now as well. I'm just doing a little bit of a hunt through the night sky to try and get my bearings on what else is out there. There was actually another really cool nebula that I wanted to show you. It was called the Fighting Dragons Nebula. It's one of my brother's favorite. Let's go and check that one out because this one's really cool. This one's really cool. Let's go and check that out. And are we peaceful anymore? What's going on? Yikes. So I'm hoping that the telescope is now moving to, oh no, it's go to, so we'll go to. All right, so now we're going to move. Okay, cool. Telescope has just moved to a different part of the sky. We're seeing that happen here now, which is fantastic. Now, I think we might also have... Oh, James, you're still here. Wow. Check it out. And oh, cool. We've also got the old cheeky little messages up on the screen as well. That's fantastic. I'm going to see if I can reposition them because I don't. I'll see if we can just put them up here. Yeah, that's a bit better. Why do I do that? And Gemma. If I can pull Gemma's message up. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. She's saying maybe it's trying to tell us we should all be sleeping. I know. All right, let's have a look to see where this image is taking us. All right, this is cool. Okay, so I think we're here. I just want to make sure that we're definitely tracking the night sky. I'm going to make sure that the all right, cool. I'm going to take a 10-second preview shot. Exit live. Yep. Bring that back down to 10 seconds. I just want to make sure that the mount is static. That the telescope is actually tracking the part of the night sky that I want. This is the Fighting Dragons Nebula. Now, you're not going to see much in this 10-second... Oh, right. We are right where we need to be. I'm just going to make sure that we're centered on that part there, right in the guts, right in the middle. There's a lot to see here. I reckon what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some 5-minute shots here to really bring this target alive and just sort of show you. You can see... I will take you to the an edited image of this target and the previous target, which was M8, which was the Lagoon Nebula. While we're here, actually, I can probably do that straight away. We had the Dolphin Head Nebula. Let's just refresh that. Oh, we might not be able to do that because I think I need to be on the old interwebs. Is that right? Let me think about that for a second. Yes. All right. So let me just make a quick change here. Cool. All right. Cool. Let's refresh that. Oh, that's a cool image. We won't be able to see that one tonight. So a couple of the images that we saw then tonight. So we saw the Karina Nebula, which was pretty exciting straight off the bat. This is a final edited version of the Karina Nebula. So this is what the output could be like. And then we went and saw the Lagoon Nebula. Now the Lagoon Nebula is here is a final edited image of perhaps the Lagoon Nebula. One that I really like, and I've taken with another telescope that I've got at home, which is about maybe 1,500 millimeters in focal length. is of just this nebula here, which is called the M20 Trifid Nebula. And I've taken a nice, real cool close-up shot of this particular nebula before as well. And I'll try and find it in this this crazy collection of astrophotography images here that I've got. Yeah, there it is. That's cool. This is really nice. I don't know how we did that. Yeah, there's a couple of things I need to fix up with this. The way this app is actually working on my devices here, which is a little bit silly, but we'll get there. But I love the this is the there's a lot of hydrogen alpha here in this space here, and then you got a lot of reflection nebula, which is that bluey white sort of grey cloud area around the back, and then obviously then there's a little bit of hydrogen alpha, this red and this orange in the background here, and then peeling off out the background here, and then you can see the stars and all the different colours. This is like one of my favourites to photograph, and you see all these little gas lines through here, and these little sort of artillery, you know, these little, yeah, they look so cool, and it gives the image so much depth as well. Really love that. Unfortunately, we didn't get to get up close and personal with this particular nebula tonight, but that's okay. We've got more time, obviously. Right. So now I want to go to a part of the night sky on our small telescope, and I'm just going to reconnect back into it so that we've got it ready to go. And I'm going to set up a little run again. We're going to set up a little live run. This time we're going to do a light run. Instead of doing 3-minute shots, we're going to make it 5-minute shots. We let this run a little bit longer, so 300 seconds, because this will really pull out the data in one stack. But we'll do a stack. We'll do it for what's the local time now? Is it 10 past 2? Okay, that's cool. Let's go for 30 minutes. Confirm. Thank you so much. Save all of the frames. No, okay, cool. Now let me just check my tracking data. We're tracking at 0.84, so that's less than 1 arc minute a second, which is fantastic. So we're tracking. Let's get going. So we're going to start counting down and see what our images can bring here. Now for the night sky, have we got any planets up at the moment? I don't think we do we? Let's send the other telescope over to. So while this telescope is going, let's transfer now over to the other telescope, which is only got a regular camera attached to it, not an astrophotography camera attached to it. And the reason why I set it up like that was just to show, because the moon was actually out here earlier. So I wanted to have the option of having one astrophotography camera set up, which is specifically just to track and take images of the night sky. The other rig is just set up with a regular camera on it, and I wanted to just show them. You can still show the moon through an astrophotography camera on the big rig, but I wanted to just connect the regular DSLR camera to that just to show you what it looks like, and also to show you the comparison images, to show you, well, when these two telescopes are focused on the exact same part of the night sky at the same time, one image shows what it really looks like to the night sky, and then the obviously the other image then showed you what the Astro camera is absolutely capable of. So, all right, so here we are. We're still on the Lagoon Nebula with the real camera, and that's the left frame. That's the left frame here. So I'm going to send this now to the Dragons, and we're going to do another comparison. So let me just have a look. I think it was NGC. It should be in there from my. It is 6188, I believe. The Dragons of Ara. All right, let's go there. And we should see, look at this, it's already started to move. So we're tracking the night sky here on the left-hand side. And now the mount is just taking some images to see if we're back. Yeah, sorry for all those dropouts. I'll have that sorted out for the next show. But I wasn't anticipating one of them dropping out on me tonight. But there we go, something to learn. Wouldn't be a Kurt show without some tech gremlins, eh? Eh? Oh, ex-aviator. That's a really kind message. You're saying these are wallpaper worthy for sure. Oh, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Yeah, look, all my astrophotography images, I've only ever just taken them for fun. I've never really like, I'm not out there to sell them or to make money from them. I think they're just they're just an expression for me, I guess, to share with people. But yeah, I've never really made them available to people either. Like, I've never really shared them that much. Sometimes I share them on my personal social media sites and things like that, but not often. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I'll use maybe I'll just use this platform to to share with people. So side by side, where are we at? No, we need the other one. No, we need the other one. Where's the other one? See, I've got to get my head around this game as well. So the night sky is on the right frame, and I now need to change back over to the. I'll get there, ladies and gentlemen. Just stand by. Thankfully, we're not tracking a 747 down the runway at the moment. Oh dear. I appreciate your kind comment, Gemma and Ex-Aviator. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Stephen Amers, how many stars are there? I don't know, mate. There's a lot. So here we go. We're about to see a live comparison of these two areas of the night sky. So the framing on the left hand side here is that of a real camera looking into the night sky right now. On the right, we're about to bring it to life and to show you what it really looks like after taking a 5-minute exposure. So we're waiting for that little green loading symbol to pop up, and then we know that it's going to be loading an image, and then hopefully the magic presents itself. This is the image reveal. This is my favorite part. I love this. This is where it gets exciting, because you get to see what you're actually capturing, and then what it gets me excited about is the ability to try and then go, right, I can really set myself up I can set myself up on this target for the next 2 hours or 3 hours and just capture data, bring all that light in. So it's quite. So here we go. Right hand. You're looking at the right hand side now. Are we dropping? Are we still live? Are we up? Are we running? The reveal. Boom. There it is. Wow. Oh, good on you, B-Rad. Good on you, B-Rad. That, yes. Oh, that's hilarious. Should we put up there? There's only 1 star here, and that's Kurt. That's very kind. Very kind. Thank you, B-Rad. Hey, what do you reckon? How does that look? That looks insane, right? Like, far out. Far out. Now, look how interesting that is. It's ridiculous, right? The plovers are back. They're back. They're back out to get me. Hey, Pete. They're going to come and get me, aren't they, Pete? That there is just, that's so cool. That's so cool. I love that. So that's showing two parts of the night sky. One on the left here from the real, what it looks like to your naked eye, basically from a camera, and that's even better than what your naked eye can see because you're quite zoomed in there as well. The sensitivity of that sensor is turned right up as well. And on the right hand side there, that's after a 5 minute image. And I guess this just goes to show that look what's really out there, there is so much going on. There is just so much going on in this space out here. Like if you see this little bit area here, look at all this. This is amazing. This is another little nebula inside this bigger nebula, and you can see there's faint lines of it's like it's sitting in a bubble or like a flower. If you just look carefully here, there's this very faint outline of this bubble here. It's like another little nebula, and then you see this hydrogen alpha mass around this bright star right there in the middle. That's really cool. And so that sits down to the right hand side, and then you go up a little bit further here, and you're watching these lines coming in, and they draw to almost like it's like a claw, like somebody's hand, or like coming out of a cloud or something like that. It's really hard to describe. And I don't know whether you guys can see it or not, but they call these two, like this side here and this side here, they call it the fighting dragons. So I'm not sure how the composition works, but yeah, there you go. There you go, X-Aviator. That's a nice little comment there as well, and I appreciate that, buddy. And I think we're almost about to get our second image coming through now. So 21 seconds, and it should build on. Let's see if it improves the quality of the noise around this area here. So let's sort of take a mental note of the thermal noise in this area, and let's just see if there's a slight improvement. 3, 2, 1, and then it'll take some time for it to load up. I'm doing this visually for myself here more than anything, to see if I can see any. I've got to wait for that. Here we go. I'm not expecting a huge difference. Oh, there is a change. Did you see it change? It certainly increased the amount of visible data on the photons where the actual where there's a lot of contrast, and where the contours are, where the real data's coming through. It's kind of started to really amplify those areas and bring out some of that detail a little bit greater. To me, that was that was a clear shift. I don't know whether you guys saw that or not. Pete, all I can see is an emu, not a dragon. X-Aviator. Definitely a difference. James is saying to think that that area is millions of light years across. Yeah, ridiculous, right? I mean, yeah, she's this is one part of the night sky. You know, the beauty of actually being out here and yeah, like taking all this in is that it always, like I was talking about this with my brother once, is like, do you reckon we'll ever, get to see all of, oh, bit of an audio glitch there. I said, do you reckon we'll ever get to see all of, like the night targets, like the big ones, or the, and I don't know that we ever will, because, hey, all right, so if you, there's a really cool app to download. It's called, and I think you can get it on Android and iOS. It's the same for both. It's called Stellarium. STE LLARI, Stellarium, with an M at the end. And basically it's like, I wish I could zoom out with the mouse. Oh, I can zoom out up here. Oh, this is cool. All right, okay. So, this is interesting. So you can see the part of the night sky that my camera framing is on. Let's go here. So we'll go in a little bit. So my camera is the blue framing right here at the moment. So if we were to go into that, you can actually see the part of the night sky that I'm looking at here. I mean, it's that's it there, zoomed in. Sorry, the detail there's not a lot of detail there, just in the app itself. But that's one part of the night sky. I mean, you can go and have a look at so much more. There is just so much more to see. There's little nebulas, there's little galaxies. There's all these clusters here. You can go see star clusters. You can go see reflection nebula. Cool ones that I want to go and see, and we've just missed them actually. Some targets which are around a little bit earlier on in the night now, because they're slowly going beyond the horizon, is like the Orion Nebula, one of the most famous nebulas in the night sky. To go and see the Orion Nebula, I really want to be able to show that to you one day. I've got an image of it here, but it's no fun showing you a processed image. You want to see the image sort of being processed on the go, right? Like you're seeing tonight with this one. But as winter starts to come around, we're going to see more and more of these objects coming up in the night sky over the next couple of months, where we'll be able to sort of go in and have a look at some of these areas, and really get to see what's there. But there's so many targets. We were on M8 earlier. This is what we were looking at before. M20 is the Trifid Nebula, which I showed you a completed image of. So we were focusing on the Lagoon part here, which you could see. It almost looks like sort of like cat paws or dog paws. And a little bit further down, there's the Eagle Nebula, the Swan Nebula. There's so much to see and so much to capture, and it's like, well, we already know that our nights under the stars are limited just due to weather and availability and time and things like that. And it's like, you need to sink a lot of time into capturing data, and it's difficult to do. It takes time and effort. Wow, look at all this, the Cygnus and the Sadar region. We don't get to see that because that's under the horizon for us, but there's so much going on here. Northern Hemisphere targets, this one. Wow. And it looks like my composition at 280 mil is a good size framing for this target. I think I had Stellarium available. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work as good on the app when I'm projecting it through the live feed. But basically, the Stellarium app gives you your hemisphere. So you can see here we're in the west. We're looking west at the moment. Oh, I don't know why it's not working as it should. But anyway. And you can... Oh, yeah, Okay, so it's not really working the way I want it to do. But anyway, stellarium. Go and grab it on your mobile device or your tablet or something like that, and go exploring through the night sky, and you can really, you can see. Yeah, it's not working the way I want it to work. So yeah, I want to exit. Can we exit? Yeah, thank you. And that's what I actually look at. I use Stellarium on the PC at home, and that's what I look at most, because what I can do is I can actually put in I can put my framing in for my camera zoom length, and so the telescope zoom length and the sensor size of the camera. When you marry those two together, you get a red square, and then you can position it anywhere on Stellarium, and then you can work out, whether you need to rotate it left or right to get the composition that you want. And then you can, work out, well, when does that target actually rise in the night sky? When does it set? When does it cross the meridian, which is like straight up and down? When does it go on the other side? Because then the actual telescope will get to a certain point where it does a meridian flip and then goes back on itself to go then track the other 90 degrees down. So yeah, there's a lot of planning in your targets, and obviously because the Earth's rotation, I was going to say the Earth's rotation is seasonal. It's not seasonal, of course, but it's consistent. But the Earth rotates at such a rate that we see certain parts of the night sky at different times of the year consistently. So in winter we get to see the Milky Way, and then in summer we see the opposite of the Milky Way, the back end, the backside of the Milky Way. So now in the next couple of months, as we start to move towards the core of the Milky Way, and I'm just having a look to see it slowly rising now, which is fantastic. Or have I got that right? Or is the core of the Milky Way in summer? I can't remember now. No, it's now in winter. These are all our winter targets coming up now. Oh, Pete reckons there was a plane behind me earlier. Was there? Where did it go? It must have been like one of the... it must have been probably like a medical, I reckon, Pete. Still plane spotting during an Astro show. Yeah, look out. That's hilarious. Shrubsy, good night from Morgan, South Australia. And everyone better get some sleep. Good idea, Shrubsy. Thanks for hanging around tonight, mate. Take it easy. Nice to see you still here, Gemma. We've lost a few because it's getting late now. I think we're down to like 15 people. There's a nice, close-knit group of people here, which is really cool. Thanks for joining me and hanging out. I'm watching my image here grow in data and quality at the moment. So you can actually see. You can see it's more defined now, this area. Around here, you can actually see it starting to come out a little bit more. This little bubble here is really, really cool. And I like always to go and have a look at the stars and the shape of the stars at the edge of the frame, because that generally tells you how well your scope is corrected or collimated, and how well the glass is. And actually looking at the corners, the corner frames of this image is the stars are still quite round, and it shows or tells me that my tracking is actually performing really well tonight, which is good because there's not a lot of wind here to ruin the mount, the performance of the mount, which is good. My calibration was good. I'm constantly looking at my guiding data here as well. I'm looking at it up there in the top corner to see how well it's performing as well. So these are the signals that are giving the mount, the instructions to stay glued to a certain part of the sky, which is doing well, which is allowing me to keep the telescope open for 5 minutes at a time. So doing well. Next image about to drop. Let's have a look at the data here. It looks like it's there. If we were zoomed in tighter, we might have we might have been able to see the change. But you can already see that there's less thermal noise around the darker parts of the image now, which is really, really cool. So yeah, nice little collection of images here tonight. First time showing. This is a lot of fun. Local time now 2:33 a.m. Oh, B-Rate saying it was polar. Night owls unite. Steve Amer's still here. Good on you, Steve. Where are you, Steve? Anyway, what are you in Sydney, Steve? So it was polar. Maybe they saw me out here and they I didn't see the spotlight. I was the one with the spotlight. Steve's in Adelaide. I think I vaguely remember that, but I've met a lot of people, so I can imagine, I can understand why I've forgotten that you're in Adelaide. But I know you're coming up to Sydney for the Christchurch flight, I think, and for the 2nd of May for the Ridges for the fun that we're going to have up there, which is pretty cool. So I look forward to meeting you and catching up then. What's our other telescope doing at the moment? Well, it's still positioned on the same part of the sky, but it's relative to that of what we can see with a 5-minute exposure, which just it blows my mind. Obviously, I'm just trying to think what I would send the big telescope to have a look at in the night sky at the moment. I'm just thinking to see what's bright enough. I got an idea. Let's send it back to the brightest nebula in the sky and see if we can still see it. I'm pretty sure it's still up. Let's go and do that. There's a lot. We haven't met yet, but it's great to meet you all. It will be. Pete saying, I think I better call in sick tomorrow. I've been joining you with some festive drinks. Good on you, Pete. Cheers, mate. I'll cheers, buddy. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. It's hard to know where to start with talking about what we're going through on this live show, I guess, because everyone's level of understanding with regards to what I'm talking about is different. So I'm trying not to go too far in depth or, like too complicated with what I'm showing or what I'm describing. So I hope, and if you've got questions, feel free to ask them, of course, in the chat. And obviously, if we do another live show, which I anticipate we will at some point. But if, I'll encourage others to ask questions, similarly. I sort of, with everyone's different level of understanding about what I'm talking about with regards to photography and all that, it can get quite complex, but I'll try and keep it high level enough that it's still interesting and that you find your way. But yeah, feel free. If you've ever got any questions, I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability. But I was just chuffed that we can get the live show on the road, which is pretty cool, given that there's not a lot of cell coverage out. So there was a catch-22. It was like, get out of Sydney to get rid of the night, like the light pollution, but don't go too far that you limit your availability to the cell towers, like the internet, right? So it's kind of like it's a balancing act there, and I think I'm on the border. I think I'm really on the border, but I've got a couple ideas to fix those connectivity issues up. for next time. So hopefully we don't have those issues. So we'll see how we go. But yeah. Yeah, awesome, Steve. I appreciate it. And Pat as well, just loves looking into the stars. Pete's saying, I really don't understand it, but I'm enjoying the views and also the technology. But what part don't you understand though, Pete? Or what would you like to know more about? Or what is there something that is there something that I've shown you where you're like, I'm not getting it. I don't know what he's talking about. Probably all of it, but probably all of it. Don't say all of it. That's not fair. You can't say all of it. Oh dear. I want to see what we're looking at over here now. Okay, cool. So that's the Keyhole Nebula. So that's the Karina Nebula that we saw. Actually, I wonder if I can bring up the. I need. Here I am. I'm working blind again. Yeah. So that's the old Keyhole Nebula. That was the first one that we started off with tonight, and just basically an indication again to show you the comparison of what it looks like with the naked eye. You can actually see some of that nebulosity, and that brightness on the framing on the right hand side there. That brightness is reflection nebula. So you're not seeing any hydrogen alpha there. You're not seeing any of that bright hydrogen alpha. I'll just see if we can move it up into the center framing a little bit here. Wonder if it should come up very soon. But that's some reflections of the bright stars reflecting on some of the gases behind it and showing that reflection nebula. It's a slow process of moving it up into the center of the frame, but that's really it's really cool because that's basically what the image looks like on the left is what it looks like in real life to the naked eye on the right hand side. And I'm just blown away by that. It's a little bit overexposed. You can see that I've slightly overexposed, this image here, and I probably could have done better in I don't know, sort of bringing out that you can see there's parts there that are just slightly overexposed there in the middle. But you can see it's a bright star, and it is in that sort of that gassy region there, and it is reflecting its light. You can see how bright it is, and that's what we're seeing with the naked eye. The star is reflecting all its light on the back of those gases. It appears the star's in the foreground. It's really bright and overexposed in this edit, but it's making this area so bright and lit up. And that's in fact what we're seeing here on the left frame, all that sort of that reflection nebula in between the gas lines. So you can see a little bit of it, not everything, which is really cool. Oh, Steve wants to see the saucepan. I don't think it's up anymore. I think it's actually already set. It's set before the moon set tonight. I'm led to believe. Elise asking, are certain nebulas seasonal with being able to see them? Yeah, so like I was saying before with regards to the Milky Way, so these targets that we're seeing now at this time of the year, in 6 months' time, those targets are not visible. They're actually visible during the daytime, but you can't see them during the day, of course. So we get a different set of targets. We get the southern side. We get the flip side of our galaxy. Every 6 months, we get the flip side of what you're seeing. You get the 180 degrees, or the flip side, or the bottom side of what is visible right now. So everything is tracking over. Everything is tracking from east to west, from our relative perspective, east to west. So sun rises in the east, sets in the west. So it takes all day to go up and above us and then sets in the west. Well, everything else is doing exactly the same. It's moving across at the same rate, going from east to west. So everything is always rising. So these nebulas are always rising from east to west. Now, the sun, we rotate around the sun quicker than the rest of the galaxy. We rotate slower around the rest of the galaxy compared to that of the sun. But it's 6 months, so it's seasonal. So we'll see these targets for a good period of time in our night sky over the next coming months that we're looking at. And then slowly they are going to start to set earlier on in the night, but new targets will be rising in the east earlier on in the night. And it's just a continual cycle. So yeah, we'll see different. So if we did this show now and you looked at it and then you were like, oh, well, in 6 months' time, if we looked at these, we tried finding these targets. Well, they're at the bottom. They're at the bottom end, so they're only visible during the day. So we'll have new targets, and then in 6 months it'll be flipped again. So it just depends on what time of the year that you're looking into the night sky, which will determine what targets you're looking at. But it's the same targets every winter and every summer, or every spring and autumn. It's always the same targets. That stays the same. And so if you had stellarium, you'd be able to really go in there and go, oh, right, I can see the saucepan, for example, what Stephen was just talking about, is only visible usually during the summer months. And then, in winter, it's not actually up. It's actually on the bottom side. So you would only normally then be able to see it during the day. And as you know, we can't see it during the day. So you have to wait another 6 months for it to come around in summertime again. And that's just how it works. I want to go back and track our the current target that we've been looking at, the fighting dragons, and to see how well they're tracking. So we'll turn the mount, or we'll flip the app over to that mount, and then we'll get going, seeing what we're tracking here. All right, we're switching now to the smaller telescope, and I want to see how we're tracking. Oh, did we finish? Because I think we only went for half an hour, didn't we? Now that clock there at the bottom is wrong, so we're going to get rid of that. I don't know why that's wrong. What are we now? 2:45. So I think some of our some of the tech is not working here. Oh wow, that's amazing. I think we've just tuned in right at the right time. I think we've just tuned in right on the last image as it's come through, which is fantastic. So again, if we go and have a look at our images saved onto the so I think we did half an hour, didn't we? We did 6 images at 5 minutes long, which would make 30 minutes. So there it is. That's our target. There is one more image. There is one more image that I want to show you before I leave. I think it's the Lobster Nebula. That'd be pretty cool to have a look at. Yeah, wow. Now, one single frame is going to really you're really going to see the thermal noise here. You can see like all that color noise that's appearing there. But that's not existent when you stack the images, because by stacking the images, you're averaging out all that noise and it removes it, and then it really brings all the detail to life. And yeah, this has been a lot of fun. This has been great. The clock, yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why some of my overlays aren't working, so I'm not too sure. It could be internet based. I don't know. I might have to do a full reset and try and sort this out. But good to see all these things working and not working during the test. Astro show, the test show. But Yeah, you've seen quite a lot already though in the test show. It's been a lot of fun, eh? Well, this is really cool. So let's go and find one more target then, shall we? I'll get out of the basic. Don't save. I'll get out of the basic image editing suite here on the memory stick, and then let's go find the Lobster Nebula. I think it's down this way somewhere. Wow, this dramatic music is like CSI. Man, it is starting to be cold out here, eh? Woof. Oh, Corona Australis. Oh, that's interesting. Or did we already come down too far? No. Oh, we're going this way. Sorry, Kurt. I'm trying to remember how to navigate the night sky. Okay. Oh, there's two targets here. But I need to change my my composition here. This is the Cat's Paw Nebula, and this is the Lobster Nebula. So we could get a twofer. We could get a twofer here. Should we? Let me know in the chat if you want to go for a twofer. Should we go for a twofer? I'm just going to have to rotate the camera sensor by 90 degrees so we can actually get a really good framing on this, which is fine. I'm happy to do that. But let me know. Let me know if you want to go for a twofer. I think that'd be really cool. Let's go and check it out. There's some more targets down here. Geez, that one looks like a lion's head, doesn't it? Oh, that looks quite scary, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the Milky Way. She's beautiful. I'm feeling a twofer. Elise says go too. So does Pat. All right. Well, that requires me doing a bit of manual labour. Try not to stretch the legs, Kurt. My goodness. All right, here we go. What are we looking at here? Yes, please, says Steve. Righto. Okay, let me think about this for a second. How do I do this easily? I need 90 degrees. All right, I think. All right, yeah, let's try that. Okay, so to make this work properly, I need to now take a new photo of the night sky because I need the mount to recognize where it actually is. Look at that. There's a plane up there. Or what is that? Can you guys see that? Or is that just a star and it's just glistening? I think it's just a star. Yeah, it is. It's just a glistening star in the back. I thought it was a plane coming in above my head. Well done, Kurt. Well done. One of your best. Right. Okay. So what I need to do now that I'm here is I need to actually train the telescope because I've reframed. I've turned the camera 90 degrees, so the framing is going to be different to what it thinks it. This is where it is at the moment, but the framing is now going to be flipped 90 degrees. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a test photo, preview, exit, a 10-second test photo. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what's called a plate solve. So the mini computer that's connected here onto the mount, which is the brightest square there, which is a Raspberry Pi. The application has the ability to scan a photo like this, scan an image like this, which has just come up, and we call it plate solve. So what it does is it's basically syncing itself again to the mount. So it basically its brain knows where it is. Now I've rotated the image, and I've now taken a test shot. I've got it to scan where it currently is. It knows where it currently is. I've synced it now to the mount. So we should be good to go and check our framing on our twofer. So where was it? It was over here somewhere. Let's go and see. Now, I don't think this framing has updated itself, the red box, which is okay. Oh, I need to be closer in. One sec. I think it was down here somewhere. The twofer. Oh, where have I gone? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. A little bit further up. There was our mate. Here we go. Oh, it has updated. Oh, there you go. Cool. So I reckon that's about good. That's about good framing there. Let's say go to. Let's command the mount to move. Is it moving? Let's watch it. It's not moving. Why are we not moving? Oh, maybe it didn't have to move very far. Because, it didn't have to move very far. And it moved very quickly. All right. Okay, cool. So the red box is actually there. You can see the red box is there. I'll just move it. Oh, no, I can't move it because it's currently doing its... Yeah, you can see it. Okay, so the telescope now is actually where it's supposed to be. It's doing yeah. Okay, cool. It's listened to me. Star. Yeah, I know. Cool. That's cool. If you can see that far into the universe, how close can you get to the moon's surface? Pete, if you scroll back, if you scrub back to the start of tonight's live show, I actually had the moon up. I can get a little bit closer. I do have another telescope. I was only able to come and bring a certain amount of gear out to where I am tonight just for practicality purposes. 2 rigs is already sort of going above and beyond. Really stretching the friendship with setup time, car, equipment, carrying, trolley. Yeah, but I've gone a little bit. Yeah, I've gone sort of not all out, but I've set enough up tonight to hopefully make the show a little bit interesting. There's always something to look at, right? But I do have another telescope, which is quite a deep telescope, and you will know focal lengths, Pete. It's 1500 mil. Or about 1,500 to 2,000 mil. So somewhere it's about 1,600 mil, and it's about I think it's about F7 or something like that. When I get that baby on to the moon, and well, unfortunately, the forecast coming up in the next week is not so good, at least up here in Sydney. But monthly, we can have a look at the moon. Hopefully, there's going to be an opportunity to do some more astro. We'll really get a nice close-up of the moon's surface. I love to do it around full moon time because you can really just, you can go walking along the craters, literally. So, all right, cool. So here's our latest target, right? So let's have a look. What do we got? So we can see it's called the cat's paw here, right? This is the cat's paw. Now it's very faint because this was only a 10-second image, and then over here is the lobster nebula. So this will be the last image for tonight's image gathering session. All right, before I start to pack up, just because it's now 3 a.m., isn't it? Yeah, almost 3 a.m. So it's probably going to take me about 40 minutes to de-rig everything and then take it to the car and then get out of here. And if there's going to be a Sid Squad show tomorrow night, well, I need some sleep, right? So, yeah. Back in your box. Rightio. Okay, so let's set up another live run. Right, this will be the last one. We'll go for halfer. What do you reckon? Should we go for halfer? We'll do 5-minute shots again. So 300 seconds. Light, spin one, duration half, save. I just want to double check that the guiding is okay. I just want to see that the telescope is actually guiding okay. It looks like it's guiding okay. This is exciting. We're guiding. All right, well let's begin. All right, so we're counting down 300 seconds. You can see that there on the right hand side. So the first image is going to drop in 5 minutes time. So let's have a look to see what our other telescope is looking at. Okay, so the other telescope is still looking at the ETA Karina part of the night sky. And so this is the downside about this image on the right-hand side. Well, I say downside, it's probably still interesting to you, but it's not showing a lot. It's just showing the stars as they are in real life, right at this moment. But you're not actually seeing any real detail. You know what we can do though? We can see if we can find I'll see if we can find a star cluster and see if we can go in and have a look at a decent star cluster. I want to have a look to see what part of the night sky we're in at the moment. We're right up there in the Milky Way, in the core. There's the meridian. There's east. So let's go and have a look to see if there's any star clusters. So that there is. I'm looking for a big one. Sagittarius. Charlie 93. Found one. Where is it? Yeah, good part of the sky. Oh, I did just see a little... Oh, Charlie 101. That's a galaxy, but you need to do a long exposure on this galaxy. I don't know, Charlie 101's a really hard target. It's quite a dull target. It's not a very bright target, Charlie 101. But it is a galaxy. So it was Charlie 93. Oh, what else we got over here? Oh, that's quite a big one too. Charlie 80 looks decent, doesn't it? Alpha Centauri, another big star. And I think that's Hadar. Yeah, it is Hadar. Okay, good. Good memory, Kurt. Good memory. I think maybe we'll come over here to... Oh, okay. Hang on. I see what we're looking at here. Yeah, Charlie 80. Yeah, that's a decent size star cluster there. Okay, so Charlie 80. All right, let's go and do something. So we're 90 seconds away from the first image coming in of our twofer, the cat's paw, and the what did I say? The lobster. But in the meantime, let's go and move the other rig, the big one, the big boy. And we're going to go to Charlie. We're going to go to Charlie 80, which is a star cluster. It's not here in the lists, so let's put it in there. Charlie 80, Omega Centauri. Boom. All right, you can't see that because that's off camera at the moment, but the big mount is moving towards Charlie 80, Alpha Centauri here, and it's quite high in the sky. It has past the meridian, so it's now setting on the western side of the night sky. So it's just checking that it's centering it's just centering the target, of course. Once it's centered, we'll get a good view of the star cluster. Now we'll see that as it appears to the naked eye at about 580 millimeters focal length on a full frame camera sensor, if that makes sense. Steve, probably about an hour, I reckon, mate. Probably about an hour to get out and set it all up, and along with that, an hour's drive. So, yeah, it's a bit involved, but it's something that I wanted to do. I mean, I've talked about it at least on the Sid Squad show for ages about wanting to come out and do an Astro show. I never knew what that might look like, the format or. But yeah, so I'm just kind of going with. Oh wow. Whoa. Okay. Unreal. That's pretty cool. That is epic. So let's, geez Louise, that is absolutely outstanding, isn't it? Wow. Let's just do a 60-second. This by the way is a this camera is, this is not the naked eye shot of the naked eye shot is that. So there you go. You can actually, we can really see the star cluster with the naked eye. That's it. And on the right is, so let me explain this to you, what you're looking at. There's two images on the screen right now. It's the same telescope. However, there's two cameras. The one on the left is my DSLR camera, so my normal photo camera, and that's showing what it really looks like with the naked eye. On the right, on the same rig, is my guiding camera, my guiding scope, and this is the view that we're getting through the guide scope. And the magnification on this is so much better. It's as in it's so much more, so much greater. I mean, this is outstanding. I'm flabbergasted by this. It's a black and white camera, by the way. Let's delve in. Let's delve in a little bit more here. Let's grab a 60-second image and just see if we can. Let's see what it looks like after a 60-second grab. This is going to be overexposed here, the core, because there's a billion stars in there. It's so bright. It's amazing. Alpha Centauri, the star cluster. It's a she's famous. Really, really bright part of the night sky. Well, I mean, you know, like within reason, but that's what it looks like at 580 millimeters with a full frame sensor. I mean, it's there. If you had binoculars and you were looking up to the night sky, that's what you would see. If you knew exactly where to look, you can see it. You can find it. It is right there. There's no filter on this image. This is just purely looking into the night sky at 580 millimeters. Now, if you were doing that without an equatorial mount, you wouldn't probably be able to keep it still enough to see it properly. A good pair of binoculars, maybe on a stand or on like leaning on something, you'd be able to get in and really get a nice sort of view of that area. And but yeah, the real show is obviously this here. Wow, look at that. That's a 60-second image. Now you can see that it's quite blown out there, but that's all right. Well, what can we do here with this? Can we edit this in any way? Maybe we just bring. What if we bring the? Oh no, so that takes away the whites down. But what if we take it that way a little bit? No. Can't really recover because we've just saturated the sensor and we've just overexposed it. Can go that way a little bit. Wow. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Look at those stars. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. I'm really glad that we got to see that. That was cool. Well, that's exciting. That gives us something else to look at as well in the future. We can go hunting for some star clusters. But that right there is a star show. Absolutely, absolutely outstanding. Oh, I don't think so, Steve. I don't think every single star does, but that's why they a big clump of stars like that, they refer to it as a star cluster, and then they name that group of stars in one hit, like Alpha Centauri. It's a big star cluster. It's yeah, it's absolutely outstanding. Should we go and check on our twofer? Let's go and have a look at our twofer, see how we're tracking, and see if we can bring up the image that we've been collecting on the twofer. Suspense music now. Geez, wow, it's all happening. All right, so we're reconnecting to the smaller rig now, the rig that is just here. Now let's just do a double check to see. Okay, 140. Okay, we've got an image that's dropping in now. It's going to load up. Okay, let's have a look and see. Image reveal. Come on now. What do we got? Oh. Wow. Wow. Yeah, you can really tell. That's so cool. So cool. Yee. So the image there on the left is what they're referred to as the cat's paw. And the image on the right is that of the Lobster Nebula. So just doing some basic adjustments just to show it a little bit neater in the preview window. Oh, they call it the War and Peace Nebula, but we call it the Lobster Nebula. So it kind of looks like a lobster, and that kind of looks like a cat paw. Well, that's the twofer. That's the twofer. So that's pretty cool. I want to check to see how my stars are going. Detecting our star size. What are we? 2 point something. 2.49. Okay, we had 2.1 a little bit earlier on in the night. So the we haven't done a refocus on our stars at all throughout the night. So the colder it gets out here at night time, the telescope tubes they expand and contract over time, and with the air movement through the tubes, it can actually change the focus point on your images. So over a period of time, if you start of the night, you get a focus on your target, and then over time that image will slowly get out of focus, and so you need to refocus. Now the telescopes both telescopes of mine are both equipped with an autofocus motor, and again through this application I'm able to run an autofocus run, which will then resharpen the stars up and ensure that the next image is even sharper. And what you want to do is you want to make sure you've got the best quality images. And so when you collect, say, 50 images, you might go through them and tell the computer to say, well, just give me 30 or 40 of the best out of that 50. So what I mean by that is give me all the images that have got sharp stars. All the ones that are blurry, or whether you kick the tripod at that point in time, all the bad data, flush out. Give me 30 of your best shots. So you can tell the system to do that. And then that way, you know that your final image composition, you're working with your absolute best data, which is good. Yeah. So. Zoom in a little bit there, but this is cool. So I think this was going to about 3:30, so another 15 or 20 minutes I think it was. So we're halfway through capturing our twofer, the cat's paw. Can anyone see that? For anyone that's still here, we've got about 5 people tuned into the live show. Pete's still here. Good on you, Pete. Are you chucking that sickie or what? Looks like Paw Prince, says Elise. Yes. The other one looks like a frog, says Steve. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they're all different, eh? They're all different. Hey, yeah, thanks everyone for being here tonight and having a little bit of fun. As I said, I never knew how the show was going to go, but here we are. Now let's have a look to see what our star cluster is doing. Another cool shot, eh? I actually do have a pair of binoculars. I could have a look, but I'm quite comfortable in my chair at the moment. I opened my tiny teddies and I haven't really been eating them. What's going on? I got to catch up. I'm going to need the energy when I start packing everything up. I'd be disappointed if James has gone to sleep. Night owl. He hasn't had a big afternoon or anything, so I don't know why he wouldn't still be here. Tough crowd. Maybe, Steve. See, Elise is the only trooper. Good on you, Elise. Ah, B-Rad, look out. Hello, mate. Oh, Pat. Yeah, who else is still here? So we got Pete from Adelaide chucking a sickie tomorrow. Steve's here. Patty's still here. I wonder if Alex is still here. And Gemma. I wonder if they're still here. Who else is still here? Put your name in the chat. Come on. It says we've got 8. Is that right? Do we have 18 people watching the show right now? Is that possible? Oh, no. 6 watching. So not too many people. Oh, I've only allocated some of the Sid Squad crew, my close friends behind the scenes, to the spanner there, Steve. Don't be offended if we don't share them around everywhere, but I appreciate your interest. Gemma, I'm definitely having a sickie today. I guess I'll catch up on sleep during the day. Hey, you and me both for half of it anyway. We'll clean up here and we'll get going soon, but we're still image capturing right at this moment. Oh, 16 watching, says B-Rad. Look out. There we go. Teamwork. While we're here, I might be able to show you right. I wonder if I've got a shot of the. Oh, okay. So, you know how we were looking at the dragons before? I don't know why it keeps doing that, but anyway, that there is a an edited shot of the dragons. How cool does that look? Now, I can't remember if I might have mentioned this earlier on in the show with regards to the different types of colours and things like that. It's really down and open to your own interpretation of how you want to edit your images and how you want to display them, and what sort of what colours you want to turn the different elements of, you know, the different gases that are coming through, you know, your hydrogens and your sulfurs and your oxygen 3s and things like that. That will then really show in your how you choose to edit an image. And I've sort of applied a certain color here to the hydrogens, made them a little bit more pink and pastel, and I've made some of that that dark matter a little bit greener, and tried to display, you know, the other parts of the image in a different way. And that's how we get those colors. But I was really really pleased with how that one turned out. In fact, we've got some cool targets to chase. Oh, and here is a more traditional edit of. Let me just see if I can refresh the old internet here on the on this particular page. Yeah, wow, look at that. Oh, we did have it there. Stand by one. Let's go over here and maybe go over here. Here we go. Just trying to zoom in a little bit. Wow, and then you can actually see that look at that bubble area down the bottom, which I was featuring before. You can see how well that can come out, and you can really pull that, you know, the data in there out to show that other little nebula in there, and it's amazing to see. Look at all these arms, all the little clouds, and all the stars that are in there, and all the little galaxies, and all the light reflecting, or the stars reflecting the light onto this part of the cloud. Absolutely outstanding. Steve Amos saying he works from home, he can sleep in the Arvo. Good on you, Steve. you, mate. Yeah, me too, Pete. Slowly going. I reckon we're gonna wrap up pretty soon. We're gonna go and have a look at our last image that we've collected on the twofer. I was actually just seeing if I had a copy of the twofer in here. I'm looking for. There, I do. How about that? There we go. Okay, so here is a version of what we're seeing capturing at the moment. This is the Cat's Paw Nebula here, and you can see all the nebulosity around those. Now it's an upside down version to what we're capturing on our frame tonight. So if you just flip this 180, and that's there, the Lobster Nebula. All the dark sky and all the matter that's floating around. Lots of hydrogen alpha in these two nebulas. Beautiful, really nice. We'll just go back into our telescope now and just see what's going on. 190 seconds. What are we almost at? 325. I think we must be almost pretty much at our last image. About an image about to drop in now. Now these images are unedited. They're just the raw images that are coming off the out of the Astrophotography camera. Wow. Goodness me. Still amazing though. Still amazing. Absolutely loving it. Have you guys had fun tonight? What have you enjoyed yourselves? As much as I have, getting back into it, because it's been months since I've actually set up all the equipment and played around with the astrophotography. It's been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun for me actually. I've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed sitting out here. It's actually flown. I can't believe it's already. Well, not even. I can't believe it's already 3:30. Somebody said it on the show earlier. Night owls unite. This is definitely something different. But good on you, Pete. You're a legend. Next time I come out, it'll either I want to try to emulate this show on my new channel, the one that I've created at the top of the chat, the one that Elise has pinned. Because I want to be able to feature these live shows on that channel, just so that they're in one bucket, like in one place. And oi, Alex, you're still here, mate, and Gemma's still here too, and Pat. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for chilling out. That's right, Pat's over in the UK, 6:30 Sunday Arvo. You go for another couple of hours, Pat. You can go get us all dinner. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, look, there's people out there that do this sort of stuff. Actually, there's people out there that do this stuff for a living, rely on doing these live shows, astrophotography and stuff like that. Like, they're pros, really full gas. But I think for me, doing that would take away the passion for the hobby, I guess. I think if you're doing it as a job, for me, it's I don't know, it takes away the genuine passion. I'm looking forward to being out here with my brother again, doing some astrophotography. And I will hopefully we can share it and we can. I might even see if he wants to come on and talk about stuff too. We'll see how we go. Good on you, Pat. I am wondering. I think we've finished. I think we've collected our. I think we've collected our last image over here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I think this is it, because the dial is no longer moving. So we're not actually collecting any data. So that's where we've ended up. Well, this is where we've ended up. Saw that little nebulosity through there, and it's almost like an animal's head there. But that on a further out zoom is your cat's paw, and then this is your lobster nebula there. It's like the crab. It's like the claws. It's almost like a hand, like the bones of an arm or a hand reaching down. Good to see my stars are fairly round. They could be improved a little bit. There's a little bit of haloing around them at the moment. Maybe our calibration's slightly off. They're slightly slightly egg-shaped, like they're not completely round. But that's zooming in right into them. Yeah, it's a lovely message, Pete. Yeah, I'm the same, mate. I think I've said that to you before as well. Yeah, you. I wish I could bring your chat up. I don't know why it's not working anymore tonight, but never mind. I'll fix that for the next one. But yeah, it's exactly how I feel about plane spotting. Want it to be a hobby, not a job. As soon as it becomes a job, you lose the passion because you rely on making money. And I do it for fun to relax. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm glad you're doing it too, Pete. I'm glad you're back in. I'm glad you picked it up and got into it, mate. And sorry we didn't get to spend a huge amount of time catching up when you were up here last month or whenever it was. We'll have to do it again. Well, I think that's it. I think I'm going to retire the telescopes. What we'll do is I'm going to move them back into their home positions. I'm going to put them to sleep now. So I can show you what that looks like, at least for the telescope there that's still in vision. So we're not imaging anymore, and there's no more need to be tracking the night star. So we can actually turn that off. We can also tell the camera to stop cooling because we don't need it to cool anymore because we're going to turn it off. We can actually turn the camera off. We can turn the guide camera off as well. We don't need that one anymore. And what we will do is we'll tell the telescope to I actually want to see if the dew heaters were working. Oh yeah, they're nice and warm. Oh yeah, the whole not the whole telescope, but around where the glass elements are at the front where they fog up. That's all nice and warm because you can see here I've got these output number 3 and output 4. They're DC outputs, 12-volt outputs coming out of my little computer there. At 50%, and they're nice and warm around the lenses. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the mount to go to its home position. So there we go. We're going to start. You can see it moving now on the left of screen. So there you go. It's moving into the home position right now, where it'll be facing directly south. Just like that, it'll be I'll be able to turn that one off. So I'll shut that one down now. Off she goes. Now let's go to the. I've just got to have one more look at the star cluster. Just hear me out. I want to go and have a look at the star cluster. Come on. Steve, Christchurch. No, I don't think we do, to be honest. I'll get on you, Pat. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. I will. I'll be wide awake. Are we still on? Yeah. Let's go get another 60-second shot. Come on now. Give me the goods. Give me the goods. I just want to see this star cluster one more time. And I will, my night is complete. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Just let that sink in for a bit. Goodness me. Thank you, Gemma. Have a great night, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Much love. Wow. All right, guys, and girls, thanks for hanging out with me tonight on the Amstronomy channel with Astrokurt. I've had a great time. I've really enjoyed it. I've loved being out here tonight, and it's been a lot of fun. So thanks for joining me, and yeah, make sure you subscribe to the Amstronomy channel. It's there in the chat, so you can do it. I'm guessing that there's not many people still watching the live show, so for those of you who are here, you've probably already joined or subscribed. Oh, sorry about that. There we go. Yeah, but if you haven't, it's up there in the chat, so go and check it out. Yeah, look, I can't promise when the real official next live Astrophotography Amstronomy live stream is going to be, but tonight was purely just a test to get out in the conditions, bring all the equipment, set up the telescopes, and see that it all works. And it does. It works relatively well. There's enough. There's enough there, and there's lots to see. The night sky is full of stuff to see. It's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I appreciate your company and giving me some people to talk to there in the chat, and for your feedback as well. If you got any feedback, feel free to let me know. And I think I'll leave it there, and I'm going to start to pack up, and I'll see you again sometime soon. Hopefully on the other channel, or the other channel, the plane spotting channel. So yeah, cool. All right, hope you've had fun, everyone. That's it from me. Peace out, and clear skies. We'll catch you on the next live show. So bye for now. See you later. Take care. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, mate. We'll talk soon, eh? All the best. Thank you, Alex. Good on you, Pat. Have a great day, mate. Or have a great evening, I should say. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Gemma. Good night. Good on you, Steve. Hopefully you have had a good time, mate. We'll see you on another show soon, buddy.